appreciate that you're close to your mic because I was really afraid you were going to be super quiet.
Funny,
you sometimes very often are.
I'm actually not very close to my mic.
Oh.
I'm sitting about, well, a little over a hand's length from it, but I can move away. I can move to where I'm normally sitting,
No,
like over
please.
here.
You can adjust his volume. Just right click on him, and you can adjust.
I know, but it's hard sometimes.
Rather you be loud than too quiet.
Yes.
You can always adjust down, but adjusting up doesn't usually happen.
There's only so much up.
Aha. Okay. This is gonna be fun.
Are you sure you don't want my low voice like ASMR going on? You don't want that?
No. Trust me, I assuredly do.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Oh, gosh.
Omni's gonna be
Dulcet
fucking
tones.
toked today.
I'm gonna turn you down just a little bit. I'm
Thank
probably
you.
Spev. All right, let's get to our actual thing. This is gonna be fun. I can already tell this is gonna be a fun time. All right.
That's fucking funny.
Can people see the overlay?
He believed. He lied.
Because I don't
I
see.
saw it for a second,
Yep.
but yes, I did see the overlay.
Yep.
I don't actually. Can I?
Oh, I see it.
Get some assistance?
Oh wow, look at that.
Fancy pants.
Because there's an ad.
Oh god, I gotta mute this shit.
Oh,
on
there it
here.
is. Ooh.
Where? How?
Check out that
Help
overlay.
Dolly and myself.
You want to see? You have to go to like the Twitch page thing if you want to see it. Man, Chief sure does not have a lot of hit points, huh? Also, Amity has a really nice #nice amount of hit points.
My hit
Yeah,
points
normal
are
sure
immaculate.
does have a lot.
Don't level me up ever again.
Hey, you could just optionally choose to roll 0 on all of your health rolls.
I might just.
Hey, Peculiar Smells. Welcome to whatever the fuck this is. This is gonna be a fun time.
Wait, so I need to go to Twitch to see the overlay. It's not via.
Okay, no, you as a player just need to use your interactive character sheet on D&D Beyond. The overlay is for all the people watching.
Yes.
This is growing great.
Growing great.
Growing great. All right.
Well, how do I use the interact? How do I get it to be interactive?
You just hit view.
God. Oh Jesus.
You
You
just
just
go to
view it?
characters?
Yeah, go to your characters, you view it, and then you can just click on things, and it will update.
So
You
let's
click and you type.
say hip current. He's going to be 82. Did that change? Let's see. It did.
Hooray!
Huzzah.
And Cole can see all the changes.
Yes. And not only can I see all the changes, all the people in the chat can see all the changes.
That's the important bit.
Yeah. It lets people
yeah,
who
with
are
the chat.
watching.
A lot of damage. Oh wow, you can interact with on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You can
Wow.
like check it out and look at all the cool stuff that we're doing. It's almost
So,
like it's a program that I'm paying money to use.
True. So
It's
yeah,
cool, though.
Maybe my friend will see my character then, who is
Oh, that'd be
viewing
neat.
themselves.
Question for you. I
Yay!
know this is going to be
Corporate
great
involvement.
stream material. I'm on push to talk right now, and y'all are on my speakers.
Mhm.
So, when you talk, can you hear yourselves?
Not yet.
I haven't heard it yet.
Really?
Yeah.
Nope.
I fucking love my microphone.
Yeah, you sound great right now,
Nice.
honestly. Like,
Yeah. Is this a new mic?
I've had this. I've just not really thought to use it because I figured it'd be a pain in the. I figured you would be able to hear yourselves more than.
no, you sound
Like, it would
fantastic.
be
No, it's good.
useful. All right.
So, as an aside for those who may be watching in the future or the past or the present, I guess people could be watching right now. Who knows? So this is our ongoing campaign. We've been going. This campaign has been running for a year and a half almost. Just
Something like
about.
that.
I've been planning this for roughly 2 years. before. Like, this campaign has been in development for roughly 2 years, including the time that it was running. And we really wanted some place to be able to archive and show off what we're doing. So we figured that streaming would be a pretty good way to do it, especially since we recently made the switch over to D&D Beyond, because our favorite platform is shutting down. Favorite character design platform.
I guess.
Yeah, that sucks. So
Rest in peace.
we're gonna try doing this, and it's mostly for us, but if anyone else finds it amusing, all the better.
Hooray.
All right, in that case, we should probably get into the more interesting stuff. We've got one character who's going to be coming in a little bit later, and they will be introduced as necessary. But everyone who's on here now, why don't we do a little rundown of everyone's characters, starting with Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Staldar.
Of course. Hello, I am Hannah. I am playing ex-Major Staldar Drakenhearth the Just, a 50-year-old fighter Eldritch Knight Paladin. So I have 8 levels in Fighter, 3 levels in Paladin right now.
All right.
Great.
Amity, who are you?
That's a question that is as old as humanity itself. A question we all ask ourselves every day.
Who is Amity?
What is
Oh,
That
sorry, get a little.
it's a good question, both. So I'm Amity. That's the entire name. I am a level 11 Drow Druid. I don't remember how old I am, even though I lost my memory and then got it back. So I'm probably somewhere over 200, but no one's really exactly sure.
Yes,
Mystery.
the most tragic of people. Cheeps, who are you?
Hello, I am Cheeps. I am a poor, poor urchin boy of only 13 years of age. I never knew my parents and was raised in a less than hospitable environment. Oh, woe is me. Although
Get in
that is
line.
perfectly true. Well,
Oh, you're cutting
Was
out
it
a
either
bit,
my internet
friend.
just tanked or we're already having problems?
Cheeps was
Is
finally
your push
taken
to talk
by
on?
the game. We all knew it was coming.
I can hear you from the room I am in, but we cannot hear you on the overlay.
Mm-mm.
Womp womp womp.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so anyways, I don't know what the fuck everybody just missed. Cheeps is 13 years old, was not supposed to be fighting, but ended up fighting through a bunch of problems. He is a child, and is a level 9 rogue, and somehow a warlock after stupidly taking a deal from from the Raven Queen, who he didn't know was the Raven Queen.
And a Kenku. Baby Kenku.
Baby Kinku. Very
Our
adorable.
bird friend.
Hi, bird.
Norgal, who are you?
Norgal's a cool dude.
Certified
He's an-
fresh, cool dad.
He is a very old man. He is 315 years old. He is a furbolg. He is quite tall, and he is a level 11 bard, and he kind of just goes with the flow. He's here for the ride.
Wonderful. We have one more who will be here soon.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, heck! Heck! Aha!
Hello.
The surprise. Hello.
Sorry.
Amazing
No.
timing.
Do you know that noise that Snake makes in those games?
What are you talking about?
When he gets caught, it's like that noise,
Oh,
right?
oh, that
With the
snake.
exclamation point.
I thought you just meant like a snake, like the
An
reptile.
actual snake too. Oh.
No, from Metal Gear. That's what it is. There's like that whoop noise.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what happened when Dahlia showed up. That is what went off in my mind.
Probably.
Incredible. All right, well, now that you're here, who are you?
All right. Hi. My character's name is Dahlia Highhill. She is a halfling cleric and barbarian multi-class. So 9 levels in Tempest cleric and 2 in barbarian for the time being. She, I like to say she's our party's support, DPS, and tank all in one.
She
But we'll
does
get
it
to that.
all.
She kind of does it all. She's our resident mother.
Too
and
fucking
best
strong.
friend. Yes. All right.
Remember
Alright.
remember when Dahlia could basically whip Stallar's ass at just about anything?
Mm-hmm.
Remember when I've reduced him down to 1 HP? Like,
Yeah! That was really good.
The
was
one
pretty
meme,
good.
it's just like, the best way to get men to like you is to show them that you're better at a thing that they love. And that was just Dahlia and Staldar for a really long time.
Incredible.
So, rubs hands together. Last time on our session, you went to a theater performance. It was wonderful. You went to a showing of The Weasel, a classic, and made contact with one of Staldar's old military associates that you'd not seen for some amount of time. In the process, you uncovered some suspicious activity going on during the performance with some of the performers, and managed to divert or otherwise spoil an assassination plot in the meantime. And now, having rescued Staldar's old military contract and escaped relatively unknown, surprisingly, you all are... It is now that evening, making it slowly back to the Spider's Den. So now you have the 5 of you. Most of your companions, compatriots, or dates have either made their ways back home or are headed the same way you are, back to the home base of the Spider's Den. And additionally, you have Prith, the blue dragonborn, with you, who is currently complaining about how hard it is to get blood out of lace clothing.
Oh my god, it started already. Alright.
But yeah, you guys make it back fairly safely, and you kind of like walk into the Spider's Den. There aren't many patrons around. It's just a little. It's just beyond closing time. So.
Wouldn't we all kind of come in at separate times just because like we all went in different directions looking for the real Prith?
Yeah, that's true. Sure. In that case, who get? I'd imagine probably Staldar and Prith get back first.
Yes, Staldar and Prith, the real Prith, were actually together toward the end. Oh god, I like the idea of just Prith and Staldar making their way back, all alone.
I'm sure it's a great time for everybody.
Oh, this is a hot mess already. Oh, yeah. So that's probably what's happening.
And it's so annoying because if you use any kind of decent solvent to get the blood out of the clothing, it just tears through the lace and then you can't wear anything anymore. And this is the only pair of clothing I have now. So this is going to be kind of a pain to get. I really would like to wash it so it doesn't just get destroyed, but like I don't really know what to do with that.
Oh, I weep for thee.
I
Really?
I appreciate your sentiments.
Oh.
So what was this? The snake's ass? Where are we going?
You could not be farther off, like even remotely. spider's den. It's the spider's den.
Oh.
It-
Oh, all right.
They're drow spiders. and
Oh,
that's how,
it's a pun. Interesting. All right. Well, lead the way, and then you get there. After a short walk through the streets, it's a pretty quiet night, other than the alarming amount of police you just escaped.
Staldar is still disguised.
Yeah, as is Prith. I think I said as the previous praetor.
Yeah.
Which surprisingly doesn't draw any weird looks. He's sufficiently disguised himself with his own clothing. But after a short while, you manage to get yourselves back to the spider's den. And Prith is just kind of like looks at the building, looks back at you expectantly. It's just like, this one?
Staldar points at the sign.
I don't know.
Just clearly reads the spider's den.
Just making sure. Don't. That's fine.
Yeah, Staldar leads the way.
All right. Yeah, inside you have Isa and Ilmia. Ilmia actually exiting the stairs, coming down the stairs after having just prepared an additional room. At the behest of Staldar calling Mom to make sure that one of his new friends could stay over. And Ilmia's just kind of, or Isa's standing, sitting, doesn't really matter. Present in the open tavern, just kind of nursing a drink as you two walk in. And Prith drops his disguise and kind of looks at Isa and back at you. And just kind of like leans over and whispers like, "She's not dead, right? This isn't a ghost."
Does she fucking look dead?
I haven't seen any ghosts. I don't know if ghosts don't just look like the people.
Isa, are you dead? he just very sardonically across the way.
Isa just like takes a long drink and just like looks up at you guys and rubs her temple and just goes, No, I'm not dead. Thanks for
That's
that.
gonna need a persuasion roll.
Insight check.
Prith looks barely assured, but is deciding to take your word for it, and he kind of does an embellished bow, as you remember he did in the past with whenever you met with royalty. Mm-hmm. And Isa's just like waving at him, just like, oh, God, no, please, I'm so done with every aspect of that. And Frith is just like, but it's the highest form of society. And Isa's just like, shut the fuck up, Prith. I did enough of this before, back when I was in charge of you. I'm not going to do it again now that I'm not. Oh, Christ. All right. So we've made a room
Times
for you.
are very different.
If you wish to stay, you may. If you can find alternate housing, you may do that as long as that's what you desire. I don't know how well you are keeping to yourself, so if you get caught, it's not my fault. But you'll have space here if you need. And Frith is just like, thank you. I'm gonna do that, because I'm still almost bleeding. And then he manages to get up the stairs to his room and just like collapses on the bed.
Well,
at 3 hit points.
Oh yeah, I forgot he wasn't doing too great. I thought I gave him like 15 back.
Yeah, he's got some health in him, but not a ton. Isa kind of looks up the stairs after him. And it's just like, well, it's one more. That's all of them now, isn't it? Pretty close. All of you back together. Happy to get the squad back together again, Staldar.
Staldar looks very conflicted. It's certainly necessary. My feelings on the matter, however, are perhaps not so simple as that.
I'd imagine so. But we have some time now, and always good to see friendly faces as opposed to less so. Are the others coming? And who else would like to arrive?
I lost him.
What?
Amity kicks open the door. Just shouts, I lost him.
I thought I was with him, and then he disappeared.
What are you talking about?
You're the blue one, Prith. He's gone.
I have him. He's fine. He's.
Oh, thank God.
Why are you still putting on the voice? What is that?
What are you talking about?
You've got that lilt in your voice, like you're still being posh. What is that?
It's hard to get rid of. Once you start, it's hard to stop. Some of us, Staldar, just want to live the posh high society life, okay? Some of us never got that shit.
You say that like I did. Now Stalder's done with this. He fucking sits at the fucking bar and just like puts his head in his hands. Tired.
Norgal would like to walk in.
You may.
And seeing Staldar, hands with his face. Well, sorry, yeah, hands on his face. He's going to like, kind of like look around, like looking to see if Prith is there, and not seeing him. He's going to walk up to Staldar and sit next to him at the bar. Just kind of like give him a little glance, like a side glance, and be like, did we find him?
He's upstairs.
Oh, okay, that's good. And then Norgal will wave his hand to get a drink.
He'll be just like, oh, I guess job's never done, I guess. And pours you an ale.
Norgal will drink it.
I suppose at this point Cheeps will arrive.
Sure.
I guess. Yes. So Cheeps walks in still wearing his little costume that he never bothered to take off. The little plague mask, plague doctor mask, the little top hat, in the little nice little black robe. And he's like, "Well, there's good news and bad news. Bad news is they did. None of the assassins got away, so I couldn't track them down. The good news is I frisked one and got their knife." And he holds up the poison knife that still has poison in it.
Jeez.
So everything go well?
Norgal seeing that you have a very dangerous poison knife, he's going to say, are you okay holding that?
No, yeah, I'm perfectly fine. What's the worst that could happen?
I just don't want you to hurt yourself.
Stalder will kind of like vaguely look over and be like, "We've been through this. We just can't keep them from him. It's an impossible task. It's just, and they keep him safe enough at least."
When have you known Cheeps to not know how to use a knife, though?
That is true. That's true.
He's very skilled
at it.
He
doesn't know how to use it. It just looks very dangerous, and he is quite young.
What are you all talking about over there?
Nothing, don't worry. Everything's great, Cheeps.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to sleep. So, is Blue Dragon person here?
Yes, he's upstairs. Please don't bother him.
Okay. Okay. Good night. Just walks upstairs.
Norgal waves.
Oh, my self-sufficient little boy.
then I guess that leaves me.
Yep.
Unless you want to go home to the temple.
Yeah, unless you would like to
It's-
go home instead.
Yeah, no, she definitely did. At least just to walk Catherine back.
How kind.
She doesn't want to leave her unattended. That
Catherine
sounds
is-
really bad, but like, just kind of escorting her home, making sure she's safe, tuck her into bed, the whole
My
shebang.
wife.
But she is gonna go back to the spider's den, check in on everyone, see how everyone is, because she, like, obviously since everyone's split, she doesn't know how everyone is.
Yeah. You walk in to see Cheeps brandishing a poisonous knife. And everyone is more or less collected in the foyer.
What you got there, buddy?
A knife!
No.
Okay.
No.
Alright. Good for you.
Yeah, it's awesome. I think I'm gonna have to add it to the collection. Gonna have to brush off all the poison, but you know what? I think once I figure out how this thing works, I think I can make some really good use of it.
Here's.
Also, I mean, I'm gonna have to, and maybe I can find where the poison came from, so I can like refill this thing. You know what? I'll deal with that tomorrow. Good night.
Question
Sure,
for.
yeah. We'll figure it out tomorrow, okay? Put it on the opposite side of your room, so you don't fall out of bed and hit it.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Question for Dungeon Master.
Mm-hmm.
He got that knife off of the person who stabbed Prith, I think.
That's correct. So it also definitely has some of Prith's blood on it.
Okay. Just making sure.
Isn't there a spell too that if you have an item associated with a person that you can then locate that person with that item?
Probably.
Probably.
I will admit that I do not know all of the spells in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition.
Yeah, that's a.
You're our fucking dungeon. What are you doing?
Hey, you want to come over here and do my job?
Amity runs the campaign.
Oh god.
Everybody
Oh, god.
smokes weed and we win.
Everything's
Hooray.
sunny in Philadelphia. Title card comes up. Amity gets smited by a god.
Oh, God.
Part 2.
Part 2 again.
Oh boy, that's true.
Jeez.
Yeah. So Dahlia, why?
Yeah, Norval's gonna finish his drink and then just kind of do a little and then go up to his room.
All right.
Oh, here's a
Right.
question. Who is your Sashi with, if anyone?
He walks in
Oh, yeah.
shortly thereafter because he was helping to mostly just kind of evacuate other theater
right.
goers from the situation.
Yeah.
And he comes in a little bit later. It's just like, oof. Everyone got home safe? Everyone okay?
I believe we're all present and accounted for.
All right, wonderful. Kind of sidles up to you.
Yeah,
All right.
kind of like put a hand like to the small of his back and be like, sorry for having to leave like that, but I had to make sure that Prith got here safely.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, of course. That was the idea, right?
Would have been a shame if the entire point of this whole endeavor fell through.
That would be unfortunate. Glad
A
it
real
didn't happen.
tragedy.
Though. Yeah. The awkward chuckle. All right. Well, I suppose we're all rather tired. I don't know whether we'd have any other business we'd need to attend to tonight, or whether we should get some rest.
Anything urgent can wait till the morning.
All right. Then I'll be waiting. He leaves. Goes to bed.
I'm assuming Juniper was with him.
Yes, Juniper followed you pretty closely.
Cool.
Hey, Staldar.
Yes.
Do you you want me to stay here the night and just watch over Press for you?
Oh, if you could spare some healing his way, he's not doing so well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's.
He doesn't mind me crashing in the corner of the room.
I doubt he's even conscious.
All right. Noted. I'll figure out which room is his. Don't worry about it. I'll see you in the morning then.
Yes, in the morning.
All right. Good night. And she'll hop up the stairs or to wherever and just kind of like open all the doors to see what's in. And if it's not him, close it immediately. Doesn't matter who's in the room. It just open, close, open, close.
All right.
I like to imagine that you peek in the one room that's occupied by someone who's not one of the party.
Yeah.
That's exactly the point, yes.
Yeah, you see, kind of, you like peek into it, it's just like, all right, this is Norgal's room, this is Steldar and Yosashi's room. You like, Yosashi just like gives you an awkward wave when you peek into his room. And then you open a room and it's just like someone you don't recognize whatsoever in it. And then you find a room with a dragonborn with brilliant blue scales, just utterly like in a heap on the bed, bleeding a little bit.
I'll go ahead and do a 5th level healing word on him.
All right. Yeah, as you kind of breathe, I like to think it's flavored significantly by your deity, so you kind of like give him a little shock, actually. Like put some electricity into him, and you see these little like tiny electrical arcs kind of like spread down and across his body, sealing his wound up, as he begins to look significantly more stable. It sleeps a lot better.
Yeah, let me roll that. 6, 10, 14. not a lot, but it'll do.
Awesome.
14 HP.
Yeah, he's doing a lot better then.
Didn't he only have like 32 total?
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of
baby.
Yeah.
And a sorcerer, so like...
Yeah. Squishy friend.
Squishy.
Squishiest of characters.
Alright, so, yeah, is there anything anyone else would like to do before the evening comes to a close?
Norgal is already snoring deeply in sleep.
Ugh, Dad snores.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal one of Preth's pillows and just kind of like fall asleep on the floor.
From underneath his head.
Bitch. It's mine.
Honestly, yeah, she would.
I think Stoller will actually take a moment, kind of once he's sure everyone is, settled down and, actually okay. He'll head upstairs. It's off. Just kind of like slowly undoing like his tie and everything. He's actually gonna like check in with Yosashi. Be like, thank you for being with me.
Oh.
Well,
Of course. Where else would I be?
anywhere you wish to be. I mean, you could be any number of places that isn't here right now.
Yeah.
You didn't have to.
I suppose. That's where I want to be, though.
Well, how are you feeling after all of that? Being so near to him again. And...
Oh. It's definitely a lot of memories. Not all bad, though. Not all good. Not sometimes, not even mostly good. But It's been a long time. And while I understand that we haven't had the best of histories, we have bigger things to worry about than our quabbles.
Elder just kind of nods. Yeah. He leans down and like puts his nose to your Sashi's briefly. Well, thank you
Real
anyways.
snug.
Hmm. It's like I'm tired.
Then let's get to bed. He kind of like moves over and like pats the seat next to him in bed. It's just like wraps his arms around you. As the night progresses, Dahlia, at first, you get to hear Prith dreaming, which is a sordid affair.
Oh.
Sordid affair. Is that how we're gonna describe that?
It's powerfully unfortunate.
Oh no!
And you're not awake long enough, and Prith is definitively not loud enough or cohesive enough to make this truly unbearable. But he does a lot of mumbling about like
Prith things.
So
Prith activities.
You've been in a brothel exactly once.
Exactly once, yes.
For exclusively business purposes.
Correct.
With people who were not employees, but there is some surrounding. You've heard sexy gossip.
Yes.
You've heard what the people think that like foreplay talk and whatnot goes on, and it's really obvious that in whatever sleep he's having, Prith is just like going to town on someone.
Jesus.
And it's just powerfully awkward for both of you. Oh well, I mean he has no shame.
He's not conscious to even know.
Say.
No shame. No shame in sleep.
At this point, because she's a bit of a light sleeper, she's probably just staring at the ceiling.
Like, eyes bloodshot, glazed over, unable to sleep.
Internal screaming.
Posen, why do you
Cast
hate me?
silence.
I was gonna say, I could do that, or I could wake him up.
Or leave the room.
No, I'm not leaving. I wouldn't do that.
This is too interesting to leave.
It's
takes
okay.
notes.
So Dahlia's gonna kind of like roll over so she's not facing him, but she's gonna cast thaumaturgy on one of the windows. Like, okay, what she's gonna do? She's gonna open a window, go back to her little pillow, roll over to face the other way, use thaumaturgy to slam the window.
Yeah. Prith wakes up with a start. She's like,
Yeah.
All right.
I'm scared.
He like kind of like looks around for a moment and just kind of like blinks, and then like falls back to sleep shortly thereafter, silently this time.
It's a little victory for her that she interrupted whatever fantasy he was having.
Whatever
It's
sin.
small victories.
All right. The morning comes. As usual, Isa and Ilya are early to rise as they're getting stuff properly going for the morning crowd. And it's a new day. Prith is significantly healthier than he was before, and is kind of up and at him. He's well in the morning, significantly well. He's at full HP from a mechanical standpoint, but he's just now rested. What would you all like to be doing?
Yeah, regardless of the night before, Steldar is always an early riser. So he's definitely up and about, kind of going through his usual morning routine, cup of coffee, a little breakfast, maybe a newspaper.
Yeah, actually, so the Kyla Chronicle today reads, the headline for today is the Phantom of Vanustrad takes toll in Merchant District.
What?
And is about how supposedly there are reports that there was an attempted murder at the Vanustrad Theater last night, and that many onlookers are attempting to blame the local phantom that has been recently plaguing the Vanustrad Theater. And while there is no evidence and also an arrested culprit, people are still choosing to believe that this is somehow the work of a haunt. So.
Meanwhile, Chiefs like just sneezes or something.
Guess what, Cheeps? You're in the newspaper.
Oh, Cheeps is just in the corner polishing his dagger. Ooh, really? Where? And then Cheeps is like actually looks at the newspaper and is squinting his eyes and like sounding out the words a little bit. I don't see my name in here.
That's the wrong name, kid. You're the Phantom of Vanustrad.
What's a Vanustrad?
That's the
You know, I was wondering that same thing. Thank you for asking the questions that we all were wondering.
Jeez. I don't think Star will even date it with an answer. I don't think he has one. I think he just puts his head in his hands again, just like I just dumbfounded. Just oh no. This is what I'm dealing with today, huh?
I feel like that's an appropriate point for Prith to come down the stairs.
He's just now mulling over how he's gonna have to find a new disguise or something. He doesn't want notoriety here. Something like that.
And Prith comes down and partakes in the breakfast Ilmia has prepared. Particularly attentive at the spider leg hash. And is just like very groggy. And just like, morning.
Feeling any better?
Yes, very, very much so.
I presume.
I am missing all of my oils, though, so my scales are going to be so chafed in like 3 days.
We can procure new ones. It's hardly our top priority, however.
It's not your top priority. Yeah. All right. He kind of sticks around. Yosashi is kind of next to you. Staldar is just kind of like eating breakfast. Dahlia, how well did you sleep?
I was gonna say, like, as Prith is coming downstairs, she's probably like a few steps behind. She might have like a few bags under her eyes, and just like as soon as she like gets downstairs, she shoots Staldar and Yosashi a look.
I guess can Staldar like intuit what this look means? I don't. I mean, I guess when it comes to Prith, it's just like, shrug.
She's gonna like kind of like wander over because she's also like still in her outfit from last night. She didn't go to
Bless her
change,
heart.
so it's just like stomp, 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 and like kind of like get close enough to like the two of you where it's like he's not in earshot, and just be like, is he always like that? Like pronounces that like specifically.
Your sausage just like starts like slowly nodding, and then like you know how you nod, and then the nod just like gets deeper the more you think about it. Like he just starts doing that.
PTSD. Just like,
Yeah,
if that means what I think it does, then Stalder also nods.
And I thought I heard obscene things in confessions. Okay. Alright. It's too early for a drink, but I need one anyway.
Coffee and a Bailey's.
Yeah. Ilmia makes you a cup of coffee and then just like puts a shot of like bourbon into it and gives it to you.
She's just gonna look to Ilmia. I love you, and just start drinking it.
Honey, I understand.
Norval's gonna come downstairs, come inside the lobby area or whatever, and just gonna be like, "Good morning, everybody. Let everybody sleep."
This fucking Joker over here.
Gives the most lackluster
well.
of responses all around.
And Noel kind of like looks left, looks right, and like, oh. and he's just going to sit down at a table and pull out his drum and start playing a tune, hopefully just try and cheer people up.
Bless his heart.
Yeah. I think following example, it's around after you all get fed and have proper time to become aware. Tosa kind of like comes in with kind of the same amount of pep that Norgal does. Just like, all right, folks, it's time we get down to some business and figure out what we're going to be doing. We've got lots to do, lots to plan, many things to be had today. Yes, I can smell it in the air.
Oh, dead.
I'm glad someone else is in a good mood.
Yeah. All right. You all right, Dahlia?
Give me like 5. Just
Sure.
5 minutes, and she's gonna like shoot a glance over at Prith and just shudder again.
Prith is oblivious. He's just like, all right, well, whenever you all are ready, we can convene in the cellar and do a little planning of what we're going to be doing next.
Yeah, I mean, Steldar is ready to go.
So is Norval.
5, so I can change out of this outfit.
Norval's gonna grab a cup of coffee before he goes down.
Yes, good.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Is Prince still in these like bloody clothes? Does he need to like borrow a shirt or something?
He's in the same clothes, but has between now and then cast fucking prestidigitation on them to clean them.
Okay.
Prestidigitation.
Clean them or no?
Yes.
It does.
It's wonderful.
I'm so upset. I had a good goof. Fuck.
Prestidigitation is a wonderful spell. It does all the little wizard shit that you think that a wizard should be casually doing. It's a very catch-all spell, and I love it.
True. Bards also get it, and I also have prestidigitation.
It's so good. All right. So yeah, once you all are prepared and convene, coffee in hand, in the cellar.
Yeah, Norgal has a mug that says "No one, Dad."
Good. I think
that Juniper got him.
I think Juniper made it, so like made the alchemical process by which it could be printed in runes on the outside of the mug.
Yes.
And made that for you.
I'm into it.
Daldar might have a similar mug from Gilbert, if I remember correctly. I don't remember
Yes,
though.
you
He does,
you
yes.
did receive a mug from our artificer in the past, who artificed this for you.
I forget what it said. I don't remember if it actually said.
I'm pretty
number
sure
one.
it said number one dad.
Oh my
Okay, well,
god.
his says good
Matching.
dad.
Good dad.
Aw.
No, it could be matchy matchy. I just thought it was funny.
Amity's pride shirt.
Daddy AF.
I was just thinking
Shit.
too, like Amity would probably look at both of your mugs in jealousy and be like, "I'm number one mom, though. God damn it."
Oh. All right.
Sheep's approved.
Rude. I'm getting there slowly but surely.
Yeah. So now set up on the tables in the basement. After with days of planning and whatnot, you now have kind of this rat's nest of documentation that you can kind of convene around. That Tosa has been preparing. He's just like, all right, so we've done a lot of work so far trying to kind of get back on our feet, figure out what we should be doing since our last kind of destruction, whatnot. And we've lost a lot of people along the way, but I think we can do a lot of good now to move forward and try and get something else going. So I have some suggestions for what we could be doing moving forward to prepare for whatever we decide our ultimate goal to be. But it's good to start with an endpoint. So firstly, I think our end priority should be the removal and replacement of the council as the sole ruling body of New Kyla currently. We may or may not choose to decide what to do at that point then, or try to come up with a plan now. Stoller and I have discussed in the past, and I have tentatively agreed to act as an interim leader while we establish how Kyla should be ruled in the future. I do not wish this to be a permanent position, and I wish myself to be
Isa?
removed
Tosa?
as necessary.
Who's this?
This is
Tosa.
Tosa.
Tosa? Okay.
Everyone's gathered in the cellar. Tosa, Isa, Elmia, etc.
Okay.
Everyone who wishes to be there anyway. And Tosa just goes, we have a lot that we've accomplished so far, and I think it's time we find out a plan to get there. And I actually I've created a sub-game.
Oh dear.
A political sub-game.
Minigames.
Which we will use as necessary if we want to. I designed it because I thought it would be good to give some concrete mechanics to effectively building up support and logistics for a coup or revolution or otherwise plan. So, I know it says it's a spreadsheet. It's not that scary. So you have 3 camps. You have allies, resources, and rapport. Allies are strong individuals or groups of people that can give you support in various applications, such as a pseudo-military operation or some kind of populist movement. They are people who will provide security and or manpower for whatever you're trying to do. Resources are exactly that. They are money and food and supplies and weapons and whatever you can attempt to gather in order to arm your group or otherwise fund your campaign. And rapport is your reputation with the people, meaning how at large people are considering you as an organization, and whether once you actually get into power or attempt to make grabs or do public events, whether the average citizen will be on your side or against your side. This is a 2d6 system. So if instead of trying to make skill rolls for every little thing involved in like something your allies are doing or how you're attempting to levy your resources against something. So for example, if you're trying to provide support to the general residence district people by distributing food or money to gain support for your group. Then you would make a resources roll from 2 to 6. Or, sorry, not from 2 to 6. And you'd make a resources roll with 2d6. And then from a 0 to 6, it will just fail, like you won't succeed. From a 7 to 9, you will succeed, but it will have an associated cost or hard choice you're going to have to make. And from a 10 or greater, you completely succeed.
Cool.
Yeah. So currently, I've shown
what tabletop RPG uses a similar system.
Powered by the Apocalypse systems.
Yes,
typically use a lot of that, which is why I like it and wanted to try and design just a little system to incorporate into this.
Cool. Dig it.
So currently on the allies, you have coming for you. You have the Blood Club, which you did a good deed for in the past in an attempt to save some lives and do some good. And you have the Temple of Vorok, which was a while back that you freed from their capture and pseudo imprisonment. And unfortunately, working against you, though, you have roughly the entirety of the Noble Guard, most or all of the nobility, and the council organizing force itself, which is some pretty big detriments against you. Though, if you could not only gain allies but flip any of those allies, you would gain a significant bit in that fight. As for resources, you have some merchant district sympathizers that you've developed bonds with over the course of having stayed here with Isa and Ilmia for a long time. In addition, Isa and Ilmia's personal efforts have yielded quite a bit of monetary resources in and of themselves. Unfortunately, though, the council has since seized industrial production of the industrial district and is levying that as their own source of resources against you in the form of the guardians and heightened guard presence. And they pay their guards really well now, so it would be hard to levy your resources against that specifically. And as for rapport, luckily you don't really have anything unfortunately you don't really have anything for you, but you don't have very much against you either, except that the council has been putting out a lot of propaganda in the form of the Kyla Chronicle and other such programs like the Carnival that you shut down previously. Well, you didn't shut down the Carnival, you just had a kerfuffle there. And they've been working to try and bring support for the public onto their side for a while. But that seems like a challenge that wouldn't be too difficult to overcome if you put some work into it. So that's where we are now. And what you choose to do in the future may cause rolls to be triggered on this sort of chart, or otherwise affect how you have bonuses or negatives or whatnot to this.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Tosa kind of opens the table and is just like, we have a lot. Oh, and briefly, before maybe we get started proper, now that we have Prith especially, we have quite a number of individuals with us now. And I believe it's time that we start, we've dabbled in this a bit before, but sending multiple teams of people out to accomplish tasks instead of just the one that we have been so far, so we can have other groups accomplishing things while at multiple points in time, just for maximum efficiency if possible.
Divide and conquer.
Yeah. All right, so how should we proceed?
Cheats would speak up first, I think, actually.
Alright. So I've actually been thinking about this a little bit, believe it or not.
Amity gives you a hard glare.
It's not anything bad. Jeez. Oh.
Well, it's not a glare of like, what are you doing? It's more of just like, how was one so young been thinking about this so much? What?
Yeah, Norl is a little like taken aback, but he proceeds to listen to what Chiefs has to say.
There are a bunch bunch of factories, as we all know, in the industrial district. And I know for a fact that, of course, essentially nobody working in those factories is happy at all. If we can perhaps convince a couple people to, throw a literal wrench in the works, maybe we can halt production, or maybe we can get them to skim a little bit of resource stuff off top for us. We used to do that back in the we actually Chips actually gets a little bit of a memories in his eyes. We actually used to do that in the cotton mill. Every once in a while, we just pick a few little scarves or mittens off the top of the pile and just take them for ourselves. We could always do that.
Seems like a reasonable plan. Activity in the industrial district might be able to both garner some kind of resource support for us and give us maybe some powerful friends, if possible.
I think I like that idea.
Yes, some good wisdom there. Who would be taking charge of such a project?
Chiefs will look around a little bit.
Well, Chiefs looks like he knows the industrial district more than anyone else, so I'm more than happy to come along with, but I'm not sure if I should be to lead such a task.
I don't really. I haven't been in the place for. I haven't worked there for years, but I could always try and see if I can. I don't know, locate people who are particularly unhappy. I mean, we all know unions don't really. No, Cheeps doesn't say the word union. Cheeps doesn't know what a fucking union is.
Maybe he does.
Chiefs, the
Comrade Cheeps,
the true fighter for the proletariat.
But no, I could maybe try and find hire up some veteran employees and who maybe have a bit more sway with everybody else. I could always just pick out people by watching them. I'm good at that. I don't know. I don't know exactly where to start looking, of course.
Well, it sounds like a reasonable place to start, at the very least. And maybe we can find some action to do once we've done a little bit more exploration of the area. I believe previously one of our allies, the clocksmith, has since disappeared. And I think we may... I would not be surprised if we found him in that sort of area, though I know not whether he is still with us or not.
That's something we've suspected for a long time. I think we finally owe it to Clarice as well to actually take some action regarding the matter.
Tosa nods. All right. Other avenues that we may be able to take.
This one's a major long shot for me. Gosh, it was a while back. Remember the resistance camp in the restricted zone?
I do.
If there's any way, I know we couldn't find them when we went back, but it might be worth taking a closer look at the area. Just to see if any survive. If any are still out there, where they went, where they are.
Could be.
Still willing to help the cause.
I think we ended up suspecting that they escaped into the general residence / merchant / all the different, they got out of the restricted zone. But I don't remember if we could confirm that or not.
Yeah, so I believe you did some investigation of the area. and found that at the very least there was evidence of a large percentage of the people in that camp breaking down the camp and then getting out to the general residence district and distributing themselves. But they did still know your organization. They did make a solid connection with your organization at the time before they redistributed. So I think Tosa is just like, well, perhaps if we sent out the signal, maybe did some sort of asking around about anyone who previously knew the Red Hand, we may be able to find old allies. Although that may bring some undue notoriety to ourselves as well.
I was also thinking maybe I could take charge on that one, maybe even going back to the restricted zone itself, trying to find a trail, even though it's a month, 2 months, so whatever, long. Just seeing if I can find any hints of, well, someone. Anyone that could help us out.
Sounds like probably a good idea.
I wouldn't go it alone, as the restricted zone is still rather dangerous. in no part, thanks to us. So, if you're going to be doing any investigating, I volunteer myself as just so you aren't alone.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Perhaps we could even undo some of the damage we did.
Cole, in the general residence district, how much contempt for guards have we seen as of late? Do guards get fucked with at all?
So you've seen a lot more patrols lately, which are most commonly 2 guards and a single guardian, which is the large stone and metal golems that they are accompanied by. And they aren't fucked with, just simply because that would be a pretty high physical challenge, because they are now so thoroughly guarded by their guardians. But you can tell pretty easily, it's very transparent that the general residence district is not happy about it. They really, they've never been a fan of the guard, and that has not changed. If anything, it has only grown.
All right, Chiefs will open up his mouth again and say, "We could always start, pranking the guard." No, he's just like that's the first thing he goes, he says, and then broadens out to say, but I mean, like, maybe people in the general residence district aren't happy with guards. Nobody, they've never been happy with guards. We've always hated them. But I think if we can just push a few per se, like, I don't know, throw a rotten apple at a guard or two, people will start, I don't know, getting confidence to do it themselves. Just create more public little small gestures of defiance. That could help us, perhaps.
Do you think you want to try to start a revolution in sort of way against the guards? The people against the guards?
I mean, they're guards, right? They work for the council, right?
Yes.
Then, yeah, we have to make sure that the guards lose their effectiveness. If the guards can't control people, then, well, they can't exactly just say, we start handing out propaganda. People will have the confidence to not talk about us. People will...
Yeah, I see what you mean. Instead of talking about us, they'll talk about guards too,
They'll be...
focusing their attention there.
Yes. And also, we'll just be getting them angry. And angry people are easy to motivate.
Norval also brings up, did any of us know if the Blood Club had any other specific allies with them, or are they just kind of by themselves? Or is that something we should ask?
I think Alice is nearby, actually. And
Conveniently.
and conveniently off in the corner. She's part of this organization. She's interested in continuing, and goes, well, not allies per se. We have deep ties within the Heathen's Den, within the General Residence District. But there is it's a group of people that are hard to mobilize. Much more content and conditioned to protect their own and keep to themselves rather than trying to levy some sort of force against those around them. Though, if they were properly motivated with maybe support, resources, food, if we could supply them properly and show that we are on their side, then maybe we could gain a larger group as our allies. And
You said they're in the general residence area?
They are. The Heathen's Den is our. I understand you're from out of town and don't hold the neighborhoods around here.
Indeed.
The Heathen's Den is where our tieflings stay primarily. A bit of an insular group.
I see.
And
could that, looking to Cheeps, he says, do you think they could help with this revolution against the guards you're talking about?
Maybe Cheeps. How much would Cheeps know about the whole attitude towards tieflings?
Well, you've lived in the area.
Yeah.
You know whether or not you think you know. Like, it's just ingrained.
Okay.
So
people don't tend to like tieflings.
Well, in Kyla,
Yeah.
in general, it's not that people don't. There's the distaste for tieflings that is in so many of the Forgotten Realms settings is significantly subdued in New Kyla. People aren't really opposed to tieflings. They may think they're a little odd. In like really haughty, blood-focused groups like elves or like pure humans might have some issues with them, but in general, they're seen a lot more as just different. Especially in and this also changes within things. The attitude toward them, especially in the general residence district, is even less hostile. They are pretty widely accepted within the general residence district because everyone's suffering.
Cheeps will say, "Oh, they could help. Yes. I mean, I don't know how many of them want to. I don't know."
The problem with asking the disenfranchised to engage in these things is it puts them at further risk than they already would be.
To be even further disenfranchised, right?
True, but it's not much as putting themselves out as, well, the ideal scenario would be to be part of a crowd and then disappear afterwards. Let the crowd do the work.
What other? He turns back to like Alice, I guess. Says, what other help do you think these people would be able to help us with in this fight?
If within themselves they were convinced of this movement, this theoretical movement that we're attempting to create, then likely by simple contact with others in the general residence district, that idea and sentiments would likely spread.
I think that would be very useful.
In that case, you may want to figure out some way to further yourselves with the Blood Club. If you expect them to attempt to make gains at the larger Heathen's Den.
It was difficult enough to even hear a yes regarding allyship. You will really need to,
Do something great for them, right?
make it worth their while. And humble yourselves, certainly.
Prith yawns.
Humble? Fuck that.
I mean, they seem to like Norgal a lot. Maybe if he goes, maybe if he does stuff for them, I guess it'll be even more advantageous for us.
I would be willing to help them out. I'm not sure what they need, nor what would get them to join us even further, but I'm definitely more than willing to try something.
Speaking of humbling ourselves, Staldar turns to Prith.
Yes? What?
You, for some time now, have had access to the nobles, the upper class, the privileged.
Yes. Oh, yes. Such
What
memories.
do you...
But alas, it is in the past.
Oh, woe is you, released from your gilded cage.
Ah.
Where... How can we reach the few? I mean, I imagine there must be some who we could earn the sympathies of.
Sympathy is a hard thing with the nobles, though I believe there is a strategy we could take here. In that the nobles have seen what is going on. They've been fed assurances, surely, by the council that everything is fine and that they will be protected and that they will be given wealth and whatnot as long as their support remains. But if I've seen anything, and if my job has proven to be anything, there are noble houses that are afraid for themselves. If we can feed into that fear, honestly, that, frankly, that the guillotines are coming, I think we could garner support with several houses. Because as soon as they see the tides turning, especially in favor of anyone who is not the council or the noble guard that they hold so dear, then we could flip a house or two.
As soon as the nobles side with us, people in the general residence district aren't going to be happy. You know that, right?
No, but Prith is just like, that's fair. No, fair. It's a fair point. It's a fair point, child. But if I know anything about the nobles, and my past and history with them is that they have lots and lots of money. Truly a ridiculous amount of money. I could tell you how many things are plated in gold. It's ridiculous. So, if us, as intermediaries, or maybe myself specifically, are to, say, connect a legitimate revolutionary organization with a noble house in fear that someone will be banging swords on their door in roughly a month or so, they will do everything in their power with that money to ingratiate themselves with the common folk, no matter how much it may disdain them at the time. People, I mean, Cheap. You look like a rough and tumble kind of person. Gestures at Cheeps. The first thing that happens when a rich man is held up is that he throws money at the problem until it goes away.
Yeah, and then people beat them up and take the rest of the money.
Well, look, we only need to worry about the first half of the plan. We'll see.
If we're and
It'd have to be a delicate voice would have to be placed within this group.
perhaps the real solution is we don't necessarily act as one whole unit the entire time. Perhaps the remainders of the Red Hand aren't the same people who are interacting with the upper class. Then there's no
could be
finger
useful.
pointing at
Yes.
who's to blame for the presence of nobles in this movement.
Interesting. Let not the left hand know what the right hand is doing, I suppose.
I learned it from the best.
Well, I think it's a legitimate course of action. As your Steve strategist, Major Dragonhearth, and he gives kind of like a faux salute.
Ugh. Stellar just scowls.
Dahlia does as well.
Yeah, Norgal looks to Staldar and Prith and Urtashi, and he says, isn't there more of you guys?
Yes. Krax and Hekris are remaining too. Hekris is currently up in the mountains, which I was going to suggest we all convene at some point sooner rather than later. Perhaps even, within a day or so.
Oh man. Oh man.
Comedy just being like,
Oh no. Oh, Staldar.
I know. Listen,
Staldar, I was supposed to relay you a message when I came back,
What?
and I forgot.
Oh my god.
How long has it been? Oh god.
Several weeks. We had an entire we've had the winter solstice between now and then.
I thought we saved Hekris after the solstice.
Did we?
No,
I believe it was before.
It was before?
I think it was immediately before. It was right before the solstice.
Yep.
Oh my god.
So probably a month or so at this point.
Yeah.
What?
He wanted you to go and meet with him about something important, and I forgot. Yep.
Oh, Staldar just looks at you, and you just get the vaguest sense that it's taking all of his might not to just leap across the fucking room and strangle you.
Norgal sinks down in his chair and kind of looks like, oh fuck.
Keeps just giggling.
Alright.
Oh, never
Staldar just...
change. Never change.
Staldar takes half a second to, decompress a little. It's like, I guess we're taking a fucking hike.
Well, we don't need to hike. I've got a spell.
So...
Well, yes.
What about this Krax person you said?
I've met him. He's kind of a dick.
Oh.
Hey.
He's really scary.
Prith is chuckling at all. It's just like
Meanwhile, she's just having flashbacks to the dark alleyway in which he was confronted by like a 6 foot tall dragon person.
This is actually the smallest of us, so he's only might be like just barely 6 feet.
He's like 5'11" ish.
Yeah.
But he cuts an imposing figure when he wants to.
Yeah, and I mean, Chiefs is also very small.
Yes.
Small boy.
And the only other person around was Dahlia.
Also very small.
What's up?
This is a hot mess.
So he's probably not on our side then.
Oh, he's very much on our side as far as I can tell. He's the one who gave us all of this information to begin with, to even retrieve the other fangs.
Oh, so he is.
Whether he's playing double agent or I swear to the gods, I have no idea how it is that he's doing the things that he's doing, but regardless, he's been a very powerful asset to us. And a very discreet one.
I see. Well, maybe getting you all together might be a good thing.
Tosa kind of like adds and just like, and having another previously established and practiced and disciplined group to be able to accomplish tasks for us would be quite an asset.
Oh yeah, also about that, Jeeps things for a moment. Yeah, I don't think the people in the general residence are gonna like former guards.
Yeah, I was about to say, Stalker kind of gets like a sour look on his face and is like, I've described some of our endeavors in the past to some of our members, but we are the Fangs as a unit, as a organization, is not to be liked. It is not liked, and it is not something to be. We are not the face of anything. We shouldn't be. If we're acting together, it is only because we work well together, not because we are the Fangs. Or Stoller just kind of shakes his head, and he's like, "We can't be what we once were. That's. I would have to. I can't agree with that."
Reasonable. And you've been acting within your own sort of group fairly effectively, and I would hate to attempt to fracture that. But perhaps to have them work independently or with other members in small teams.
Is there any way to expunge your past in any way to the people here?
Your story could be a powerful one.
I suppose we could attempt to right our wrongs.
I mean, if you are, I mean, should we be showing ourselves in public?
Cheeps is gonna raise the question.
I don't mind being in public, says Norgal.
I think exposing myself now would put us in more peril than do us any good, but I think the best charity is done in anonymity.
Sorry?
The best charity is done. Oh my god. Star starts to repeat himself, and then he realizes. It's like. He gives you a look of just real pure, just like disdain. Oh, you are getting on his last nerve.
Oh, that was
You fucking god. I'm so mad. I'm like IRL mad. Stupid.
I don't think Amity. I think the funny thing about it is Amity really thought you called him, And when you start repeating yourself and then get mad, then he starts laughing.
The worst. Jesus Christ. Starter just sulks for a minute. He just like he crosses his fucking arms and just like he's like, you know what? I don't feel like talking anymore. You are carrying the conversation just fine. Just go ahead.
I like what you have to say, Staldar.
Thanks, Snorkel.
Thanks.
Is like genuinely uplifted by the comment.
Jimmy just, and at the very least, just kind of like makes him a little less angry.
I don't know. I think considering my whole vibe, I'm not really good by myself or in public.
Or in
so I'm not
general.
really kind of sorry.
I mean,
Hey, now don't be mean, okay?
Yeah, I think that at this point, Toast is just like, okay.
oh, like Cheeps actually like, you can see Cheeps has gone to a Cheeps idea, not just an idea, a Cheeps idea. Look, Amity, you're
Excellent.
good with you're good with like animals and stuff, right?
That is specifically the only thing I'm good with.
You could like go to the agricultural district, talk to a bunch of animals, and convince them to like you know how tax collectors sometimes go around. You can get the animals to go like and hound them where they're doing it. Like just mind is racing with these little stupid ideas.
Do you want me to animal farm the agricultural district? Is that what you're asking me to do?
I don't
Noted
know.
piece.
No way.
Noted piece of media in the Forgotten Realms, a pamphlet known as
Wild
Animal
Animal.
Farm by George Orwell.
Should we go over like the tasks we have ideas for though? Right now?
We've been brainstorming a
Sure.
bit.
No, you've got quite a few means of approach so far. We've talked about attempting to liberate or otherwise influence the council's hold on the industrial district, investigating some old allies from the restricted zone, attempting to turn a house or two from the noble district onto our side, perhaps ingratiating ourselves with the Blood Club and the Heathen's Den, and gathering back some members of the Fangs as potential allies in Krax and Hekris.
I would like to help out the Blood Club and hopefully get them on our side, normal size.
All right, sounds like something you should be. Then we'll plan on you doing that. Would you like
Normal like
help or direction?
Normal kind of like nods to himself and gives himself a thumbs up. I would love some help. Who here would be able to help me with them? I know, Alice, you know a bit about them.
I do, and hopefully I'll be able to assist in any way I can. Although, as I am established within it, my influence is able but not immense.
Well, anything can help.
Of course. I'd likely feel comfortable if maybe one of your compatriots might join us as well, just in case.
I see.
I'll go with.
Alice is just like, yeah, no, your bit of a chaotic bent might do us good.
Well,
True.
I feel like I connected with the people that shit, what was her name?
Malfeasance?
Yeah, the big.
The elderly or the leader?
Yeah, like
I don't
which
know.
one?
I don't remember if I connected with her, but I remember specifically connecting with the young one that like helped us.
Kindly.
Yes.
Oh, kindly?
Kindly.
Oh yeah, I feel like I connected with her. I feel like This is Amity speaking again. He would probably say something like, I feel like I connected with her. I feel like I could probably connect with other people there. Especially people who don't look so kindly upon themselves. Maybe I might be able to do some help there.
All right, then it sounds like something the three of you should do. I'll count on that. Who else would like to? Who else among you would like to take action?
I can definitely do something in the restricted zone, and I know Staldar said he wanted to come with.
All right. Perhaps an additional task on top of that, because I know Staldar, you had some business you thought you might.
Apparently, I have a meeting with Hecris.
Hecris.
A past due one, please.
Yes, a very past due one.
Hecris has just been on the mountain tapping his foot for the past month, waiting for Staldar to come.
He's got like hella cabin fever.
I mean, if you want to do that, I can come with. We can both go to the monastery, pick him up, come back.
If he so chooses to.
Well, yeah.
I do just want to say too, I could get you there and back within about 5 minutes.
That's ideal. Yeah,
Alright.
the sooner the better, I imagine.
That sounds good. Then you two shall. That sounds reasonable for those of you. Cheaps. Sounds like perhaps doing some espionage in the industrial district is in order.
I can do that, yeah. I can try and see who I can find.
You haven't failed yet. Never fail to surprise me.
Can somebody go with Cheaps just so we don't?
I'll go with Cheaps.
Who's this? Who are
Tosa.
you? Okay, thank
Me, yes, me. Cole Bonema.
I am in New Kyla.
Talk about a self-insert, am I right?
Yeah, this whole campaign has been a self-insert for me. Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to Magic Chicago.
God.
Like,
God damn it! Does that mean that Isa's Rahm Emanuel?
Absolutely not.
Rahm Emanuel. Jeez.
3 separate people that I've shown the setting of New Kyla to, though, have gone, oh, so it's Magic Chicago on multiple occasions, and that kind of bothered me.
That's very interesting.
Well,
Because
I've compared it to any major city.
it's a coastal major transportation city.
Like you could compare it to New York, it's the same shit.
With 2 rivers, and its industry was based on energy, but is now based on its own metropolis. Like, it... yeah, alright.
Any
Magic
major
Chicago
metropolis.
Is a fair comparison.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, yeah, I can go with them. I'm fairly well on my feet, and I'd like to get my eyes down there myself.
Cool. You and I are gonna talk later.
Oh, okay.
Cheaps looks kind of a bit
If you insist, I suppose.
like he's not gonna say anything, but he looks like, oh, I wanted to do this alone. I didn't want to do this with like Tosa of all people.
Interesting. Noted.
He
I
doesn't
suppose-
say that out loud.
Oh, you did? Okay. I think if you say that out loud, like
No, he
I'll
doesn't.
kind of,
He
like-
doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't. Oh.
Just internally.
Do you look like ugh?
Kind
Expression?
of, yes. Cheaps feels like he's gonna have to lug somebody around for the most.
Then how about Prith and Yorsashi? You maybe do some ideation on how we might be able to weasel our way into the Noble District. And Prith is just like, yeah, all right, I can do that. And Yorsashi is just like, okay.
Yeah, and Stella kind of like, or your Sashi comes with me. Like, just kind of like Options?
I think Tosa like reads the room a second and is just like, yeah, no, that sounds good. Yeah, Yorsashi, you go with Staldar. Prith, you and Isa can work out influencing the noble district, since the two of you probably have the most experience. And Isa's just like, sure, whatever.
Crisis averted.
All right. In that case, let's be on our way. Maybe we can reconvene soon and find out our next course of action.
Great.
All right. So.
Can I do a thing really quick?
Absolutely, you can.
So I'm assuming like meeting is adjourned. We're all kind of shuffling out.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna grab Cheeps really quick and like bring him away from literally everyone.
Okay, Chiefs will kind of just like, I'm guessing you're like, are you guiding him by the wrist or something like
No,
that?
I'm just like, hey, Cheeps, I want to talk to you really quick, and then like, he'll like pat you on the back and like, not like scoot you forward, but just kind of like a little nudge, like move.
Chiefs will kind of like follow you will follow you into whatever corner you lead him to.
That
Chiefs
sounds
trusts you.
super ominous. It's really not.
Okay, so what is it?
I saw that you looked a little disappointed when I asked somebody to go with you, and it's you know how you say that you want to be able to protect us?
Yeah?
So this is my assurance that somebody will have eyes on you, right? Because we want to make sure that like you're okay, and if you get into a scrap, whether it's intentional or not, you'll have somebody who can come and back you up. That's all it is.
I mean, I guess if you put it like that, it's okay, I guess. I mean, ugh. But, no, I'm sorry. You're right, I'm sorry.
Oh.
You don't need to apologize. You can feel whatever you feel about it.
I kind of wanted you to go with me, actually, Chiefs.
So cute.
That backfired so hard for you.
Baby.
Oh shit. I think Amity is just speechless. I think he like dead eyes you. He's just like, oh.
Caught him by surprise.
Is everything all right, Amity?
Yeah, I just didn't expect you to say that.
Why not? We've always been doing stuff like this.
That's true. I'm just not.
Buddies.
I guess maybe since it was always so small scale, it felt not as dangerous or not as possible for us to get murdered.
Chiefs looks at Amity's hand that is missing a pinky finger.
Okay, I see where your eyes are leading, and that's a fair point. That's a fair call.
But it's okay. You can do what you need to do with Norgal.
Oh shit.
I think Amity like looks bad. Like he looks like he feels like he's made a mistake.
Aww.
Very obviously so. He's like, You know what, Cheeps? I'll go talk with Tosa really quick. It's not going to be the same talk I was going to have 5 minutes ago, so I'll I'll go with.
Okay.
I think Amari just kind of like ruffles the like feathers on your head and walk.
Oh, that's really cute. Chiefs smiles at that.
Man.
And then I go fucking hunt down Tosa.
Tosa's still in the cellar. He's like in the process of putting on his leather armor.
Take it off, old man.
Ah.
He kind of looks up at you. It's just like, excuse me.
Ah.
I'm just joking. Not really, but sort of.
Just looks at you quizzically, like he's like pausing, like lacing up a bracer, like what?
CN will remember this.
Why does CN remember?
Cien's not even here.
I know. He knows though.
Cien senses.
Is this a good remember? Is it a bad remember?
That's for you to find out later.
Is CN an old man?
Anyway.
Anyway, indeed. Dahlia and I are going to have a conversation soon.
Jeez.
So Amity says, you know what? I've changed my mind. I had a quick conversation with Cheeps, and I would appreciate it if you took my spot with Norgal. If you want. Otherwise, he and I are gonna not fly solo because it's kind of a duo thing. So we're gonna do
Duo?
that. Okay, sure. I suppose that seems fine. I might not want to be involved in such a public venture as Norgal and Alice are attempting. So I may just leave it to them. But that should be fine. If you want to do that, that's fine.
Well, and look at it this way: it'll free you up to do literally anything else, right?
That is technically correct.
Cool. Thanks, bud. Good,
So awkward.
good talk. All right, bye now. And he just kind of
Scurries off with Cheeps.
walks backwards
All right.
out and heel turns and like runs.
All right, you do so. All right. So, who would like to prepare and act first? Maybe since travel is necessary and Omni needs to be back before he can do this, the expedition to the monastery should commence.
Sure.
Who is going with?
Sashi.
I don't think Chiefs is welcome there.
Why wouldn't you? Oh well, yeah. Yeah, it took me a second to remember what happened at the monastery.
I do not remember personally.
Stole a fucking crazy ass magic knife, stabbed Amity.
Yeah, that did happen, didn't it?
I did
Holy shit.
throw him after he stabbed me, though. Like, I threw him into a thing, so I got him back. It's
Jeez.
Yeah,
Nine for
you
nine.
only threw
That
him
was a
into
whole
an
mess.
entirely different priceless artifact.
You're right.
yeah, that's exactly as Dahlia said, an eye for an eye. Thank you.
Okay, sure, why not? Okay. Alright. So is it Dahlia, Staldar, and Yursashi then?
I believe
I
so.
believe so.
So that's 4 of us. That's more than enough. I gather. Well, I'm gonna. I don't know. I'm assuming Staldar probably gathers to be like, yes, I'm going to do this thing, And so I'm gonna like usher us outside, and then I'm gonna cast Windwalk on all four.
All right.
Weird.
So if I remember how that works, you all turn into wind.
Whoosh.
Super strange.
It does feel
Staldar, I
odd.
think, remembers this.
I remember seeing it. It's definitely
Now you get to be it.
weird.
So you get to travel at a flying speed of 300 feet.
Good lord.
Jesus Christ.
Zoom.
Yeah, it probably still takes like. It took roughly 3/4 of a day of travel to get there in the first place. So it probably takes you a good
That
hour.
times 10. Yeah, divided by 10.
Yeah. Yeah, it probably takes you a good hour to get there.
How long does the spell last?
8 hours.
Oh, we're set. We're fine.
Yeah.
Good lord.
Yeah, and
Wow.
and as you arrive, it's nice. It's pretty much how you remember it. The monastery with the central building, the brewery, the gardens. You can see that the custodian, the large minotaur woman, is drilling with several students out in the yard as they practice hand-to-hand skills, among other martial arts. And there are several people walking in and out of the library. It's mostly as you remember.
Great. Yeah, we'll begin kind of. I guess find someone who can either point us the way or just find Hecris in some way.
Yeah, I think after a bit of wandering and asking around, you find in the central chamber. Excuse me. With the librarian, the Naga, who kind of operates and runs, is kind of the head individual of the monastery. You find him and Hecris and a couple others kind of meditating in the larger area. Hecris looks
Odd.
much the same as you left him. If you remember correctly, he's significantly larger than he was before. He now has a pair of rather large, leathery wings, and just kind of every bit of him is a bit more sharp than before. He's much more dragon-like and much more, I would say, almost feral in appearance than previously. But he looks rather at peace, and he's clothed in something of a larger, like, robe set. I'm not sure what the clothing is called.
Because he was super naked.
It was like
He
mega
was.
naked.
He is not currently. He seems
He
to
sure
have.
was not wearing any clothes.
He seems to have adopted the garb of the monastery for the purposes of being there for a while. I think.
Does that mean his fucking name is gonna be Dragon among these people or some dumb shit? I remember these people had awful names that I hated.
Well, only one way to find out, I suppose.
No, it's gonna be like something super edgy.
Jeez.
And yeah, so they kind of like break meditating after a while, and Hecris is kind of just in the central chamber. He kind of like spots the group of you and sees Staldar and is just like, finally, Christ, gee, gods above and below.
Listen, I would have been here sooner, but this one kind of like jabs a thumb back at Amity.
I'm definitely shaking my head no.
Forgot to mention that you wanted to meet again.
I did a while ago, but sure, now it's fine. How are you doing?
All things considered, well enough. So, some perhaps interesting news. We've gotten in touch with Prith.
Oh, I'm sure that was. I wish I was there. I really do. That would have been
Don't worry.
That would have been interesting.
Well, some more interesting news. He has defected.
Oh. Alright. Sly dog. That's good for you, I suppose. So, to be perfectly honest, I just wanted to just see what was going on last time when I wanted to meet with you. It's been a while now, so yeah.
Well, that's what we've been up to recently.
All right.
Now we're planning the start or the end of the revolution, either way.
Sounds like fun.
Depends on your definition of fun.
You know me.
Well,
I think he means it is fun.
I
Hector's just like points a finger at him. He's just like, quick one.
No, you're wrong.
So,
Anyway.
need a powerfully deformed dragonborn to help you out? Or am I gonna drink wine and eat grapes for the rest of my life?
I mean, I think we got it, right?
I will, like, kind of like backhand slap lightly. Just like not hard, but just kind of like whack.
I mean, that was a joke. Obviously.
That's fine. I like grapes. Their
Yeah.
ale is great.
No, we
All
I imagine we have
The ale might be great there, but you haven't lived until you've come to one of my prayer services.
Oh, Posen?
It's gonna be worth it. Oh yeah,
I always heard stuff about them from the dragon temples, but never actually went.
trust me.
Sounded too good to be true.
It's worth it.
Well.
Right. If you can find time, then sure, let's go on a fucking bender. We have other things to worry about right now. Just saying.
Well,
I'm sure a fucking month or more, however much time has passed, is enough time to get wine drunk and fuck around in this monastery. We could use some muscle.
that is something I have in excess. I've also been kind of like look at you, Staller, in particular. Just like I've been doing some. The librarian has led me in a lot of introspection lately, and I've really been thinking about how I view the world.
That sure is a development.
It is, and to be perfectly honest, nothing has changed, and I believe everything the same as I did before, just slightly different, and now I'm stronger. So, that was a fun experience.
This guy's funny. I like him.
So, I honestly, I don't think I'm going to be. He just kind of like gestures to all of himself. It's just like probably not a great idea to have just kind of around. If you're going for any, look. I wouldn't be great at parades. Wouldn't be great at the whole like kissing babies thing. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't go down very well. Have you seen my teeth? It just. But if you ever need someone to cause some chaos, I can do that. I don't know how you can. You seem to get up here pretty quickly, pretty easily. So, if ever.
Sorry, say that again.
You seem to get up here pretty quickly, so and conveniently. So I'm sure you have some way of contacting me one way or another.
Sure, right.
At this point, GM note. At this point, this counts as familiar enough to cast sending, Dahlia.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, he's just like, yep. So, for mechanical reference, because I think this is important. I think Hector's kind of goes on to explain a lot of, specifically that you kind of get the sense that Hector's is really just kind of talking to Staldar, and also you two are there. And he kind of talks about what he's been doing, training. Hecris was never a very by the book kind of soldier. But when you are put through his response to being put through trauma was to kind of fall back on the existing thresholds he had. And you kind of get the sense that he's acting more like he's giving a field report than anything else to you, Staldar.
Okay.
But he kind of goes through his like a summary. Like he does kind of all the things you're supposed to do in a field report. He gives a summary of the events that occurred, any assumptions based on what has happened since then, like how he is to questions about how he is to proceed. And most of that is him talking about kind of what he's discovered about himself in this new form now that he's been free to explore it for himself. And he lets you know a couple of things. First of which is that he can he's in some way or another acquired a magical ability to turn those around him into allies for a brief period of time. In some kind of he describes it as he roars and then everyone around me goes, "Hell yeah, let's fight."
Rally. Awesome.
Yeah. And among other very Draconesque bits. As far as he has discovered thus far. He may or may not have other things going on with his physiology, but that's what he knows as much of, and that's what he's going to tell you. Do with that as you may.
No, that sounds great. If anything, could be very much in our favor considering the conversation we had earlier. Speak of starting riots, as it were.
I'm good at that.
You two fucking tag team.
Dream team riot starters.
Dahlia just like gives Hecris just kind of like a knowing nod.
Heck yeah, let's crack some skulls.
We'll be sure to give word when that becomes more relevant.
Appreciate it. Been kind of bored.
Hopefully we can cure that boredom, but for the time
good.
being, I just enjoy what little peace you have in the meantime.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you would like to do while you're at the monastery? Actually, the librarian speaks briefly to you after Hecris leaves. And just kind of like to you as your group, because he recognizes you. You weren't here that long ago. You did some business. He just goes, I thought it might be useful to inform you that we've been receiving emissaries from the Temple of Borak on occasion. And they seem to be at, how you say, full means of operation at this point in time.
Really?
That's what they tell us.
So they've been coming here to the monastery
On occasion. Not the Legion herself, but themselves. But occasionally we receive a cleric or an acolyte.
How often?
Say once every week or so.
Is there any way we could leave a message or some
course.
kind of...
We could also just fly there.
Right now?
Sure. We got this ship for 8 hours.
I mean, if you want. Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, this jeez.
All right.
This will be interesting.
Tell me what happens?
Whoosh.
That's the magic technical term for what happened.
Easy breezy,
Correct.
beautiful.
All right. So you all fly to the cliffside, at which occupies the entrance to the Temple of Borok. First thing you notice as you get there is that the entryway has been fully repaired. When previously you had to effectively rappel down to the landing, it now has a very comfortable stone staircase leading up to the cliff face with
Oh, thank God.
with a safe berth to prevent anyone from toppling overboard. And kind of as you near more toward the entrance of the temple, you see that most of the masonry has been fixed up in its previous state of ruin as well, either by some sort of magical means or otherwise. Yeah. So, and as you kind of walk through it into the entryway with all of the initial sanctuary, the pews and statues seem to have a bit more luster to them, and the previously extinguished torch holders are now filled and brimming with light and cast upon the thing. The entryway deeper into the rest of the temple is now open and wide open. And as you go deeper, you hear the sounds of clanging swords and the scraping of metal against metal. And as you kind of walk closer in, you see a pretty decent variety of individuals. Most of which as Mari, otherwise humans, elves, some actually. Oh, wait, Norgal's not with you. There's a furbolg. There's a couple of furbolgs, as well.
Hooray.
Mostly people from the local forest, as well as this kind of supplement of Asmari, kind of going about their business. Most of which either in robes or a lot of them in armor, actually. As they go about business, you can kind of in wandering about, you can tell that there are now the training room previously in ruins and the armory utterly destroyed last time you entered have been fixed up and are lively. There's now training drills going on inside of the training room. There's training drills going on in the training room. And in the pit previously unoccupied and filled with the remains of fallen angels, now with two acolytes doing battle against one another as instructors watch on and give them pointers and direction. It seems that there's quite a bit of activity going on now, and as you reach the deeper sanctums of the temple, the Angel Legion is looking much better than they were previously.
Which
Which is to say, not
better
impaled
than-
on a spear.
Yeah. My.
They look down at you and just go, "Oh, good to see you return. It's been quite a while. I hope you enjoy the place as we have fixed it up a bit."
It is a massive improvement, to say the least.
We appreciate that. What can we do for you today, Devil Slayer?
Ugh. Sorry, bad memories with that.
No, I understand. I may hold the moment in a bit higher esteem than you might.
I get that, but still, bad memory.
I mean, when you're being honest about it, we should have a lot more titles than just devil. Like, we just killed like an abomination demon. a while ago. Like,
both sides of the abyss, both sides of the river Styx. Curious.
I don't know what that means, but yeah.
Anyways, we had come up to the monastery. We had heard that news of new acolytes and clerics paying visits. Thought we'd come and see for ourselves.
Well, I hope everything is to expectation, at the least. It turns out that many in the area desired a service that we were uniquely capable to provide.
Well, since our last visit here, we've been busy in our own right, trying to free others from their own versions of imprisonment.
A noble goal. And how did you fare?
Successful, luckily.
Good to hear.
But we're not finished yet.
The work is never done.
I suppose in our coming here we had hoped maybe that you could assist us.
I'd say that would be agreeable to us. I have many such servants looking for a righteous fight. Perhaps you can provide them with a cause to fight for.
Well, if they thirst for justice and the freedom of innocence, then they'll find it with us.
In that case, I could spare some. How about I introduce you to a group? Say the Servants of the Flame. They're capable. They're ready. The angel kind of considers for a moment. It's just like they're looking for a test, and I believe this could be useful. And they kind of fly out briefly and bring in this kind of squad of, say, 6 or 7 acolytes in various stages of armor, and just goes. Each of their armor bears the symbol of Borak specifically, and they go. Well, I think that if I will send these to Kyla, and either you can receive them there, or perhaps they will find their own place among the people. But nevertheless, I believe that they will attempt their best to do good within the context of the people.
I mean, that's... any service they provide is more than enough. Greatly appreciated.
Wonderful.
Might we not choose one among you to be our contact person when we give like a bit of an exchange of information and that type of thing?
One of the humans steps forward and says, "I am the leader of our group, and I will do that with you if you so desire."
I think it's a good idea. So yeah, that'd be good.
Of course.
Sounds ideal.
I'm Colin.
Stellar Drakenhearth, at your service.
I look forward to working with you.
Likewise.
Well then, if you have any other business, you're free to use the grounds however you please. Training sessions, sparring, whatnot. Education, the library. Chief strategy. Have war games.
I'm afraid I don't think we'll be staying for very much longer, as we have other business, but perhaps we'll be back sometime or another.
Perhaps. I look forward to it. May the gods watch over you.
And you.
And also with you.
Yay, church!
I just have to point out that Amity has had two distinct thoughts that I have been trying really hard not to just blurt out. The first of which is when Staldar is like, Major Staldar Dragnarth at your service, Amity really wanted to be like, I'm Amity, and you're at my service, bitch! Like... And the other one was like, instead of and also with you, it's like, no, I'm gonna, like, the gods better watch over themselves. I'm coming.
Honestly, though,
All right. Is that all the business you would like to conduct in the Temple of Borak?
I believe so.
Yeah.
yeah, I guess.
All right. It takes roughly another hour to windwalk back. And so we will move to a separate group of people. Norgal.
Yes.
You've spent your time traveling to the Blood Club after Almady has decided to abandon you.
Sad.
But Alice is...
Did I even tell you about that? I don't think I did.
You learned from Tosa. Tosa is just like, Amady's going to be doing a different thing. So, yeah, it's you and Alice headed down to the Blood Club. You are met, as always, by Kindly at the entrance. And he kind of, like, smiles at seeing you. It's just like, oh, hello. What can we do for you today? What can I do for you today?
Oh, hello there. I was wondering what we could do to help you.
That's very forward. Is you specific? I'm. You know what? I'm not entirely certain. But I suppose I can direct you toward someone who may know better than I. And he kind of like ushers you through, continuing. And he brings you to the kind of back towards the leader's chamber. As before, and you see the many of the tieflings that you'd previously rescued from the cathedral. They're all pretty happy to see you. You get the sense that like they're like, you are in high respect here.
Cool. Yeah, he's gonna go over to them and try to hug as many as he can.
They all emphatically line up for hugs with Furbolg Dad.
Yay, group hug.
Yeah, and there's like a solid dozen of them. Like they're all very happy to see you.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Malfeasance?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, and as you kind of walk back, you enter the dimly lit, it's somewhat dimly lit chamber as before, wherein is seated Malfeasance, Wrath, and Gloom,
Yes.
the three leaders of the Blood Club. And Malfeasance gives you a slow, wry smile as Gloom doesn't look up, and Wrath just kind of stares at you.
Yay.
Malfeasance is just like, it's good to have you in our presence again. Thank you
Hello
for all you've
again.
done.
Malfeasance, wasn't it?
It is. And
It's a pleasure to
Norgal
see you
yourself.
again. Yes. It's a pleasure to see you again.
And you. The young ones talk very highly of you.
Well, enjoy spending time with them when I can.
Good.
So I came all this way over here to ask for a favor, but also to help you in return, I suppose.
Hmm. What is it that you seek? And then we may talk of return.
I have been informed by Alice here that you guys have ties with the out of character. What?
Heathen's Den is
Heathen's
the
Den.
group.
Okay.
Zone area.
Yes, with the Heathen's Den in the general residence area.
Yes, we are. That community is particularly invested. We protect them, and we will continue to do so.
Great. Well, I was wondering if we could somehow become allies with them as well, meaning me and my compatriots.
In what capacity?
Well, we are planning on making waves here in Kyla to possibly benefit everyone, and make life a little bit easier for everyone. And we wanted to enlist the help of as many people as we could.
Noble goal, I should say. And Wrath kind of steps in and is just like, yeah, fucking high target, isn't it?
It is a lofty goal, but I think with help, we're enlisting help from a lot of people, and I think having the general residence on our side would be a great allyship for us.
That it would. Well, we certainly could do our best to perhaps spread the word that there is a new wind rising. But I am certain that we could not do so without certain assurances, one might say.
What would those be?
I think Wrath kind of like sits up and is just like, it's a big ask. I'm gonna be playing.
It is, and I know.
Now, we appreciate a lot that you've done for us, especially the young ones. They love you. I don't know how you did it, but you are in high standing here. I'll just say that. But if you want us to spread our goodwill toward you to others, we're gonna need some help. Now, our organization has been in a bit of a deadlock recently that I think maybe you could help us out with.
Certainly.
Are you familiar with the Shilkur at all?
I am not.
All right. Well,
Occur?
it's a group that's doesn't take kindly to us, especially in our protection. They've been trying to break into the Heathen's Den for a while. They regularly racket up the general residence district for bosses.
Who are they?
Bunch of dicks. It's people looking at a bunch of poor folks who decided that the best way to get rich wasn't to stand up to the bosses, but to work for them. They go around harassing the factory folk, harassing the regular folk. It's not a good look. Lately, they got their teeth real deep into the industrial district. Completely locked it down. No one's in or out. They're being a real pain in the ass about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get in there and break up their hold on the industrial district. Yeah.
Well, currently we are scouting out the industrial district. Well, we will be very soon. so we might get a read on what's going on there as well.
Golly, Mr. Norgal, that sounds just right convenient, don't it? If you could take care of
This is
them,
too sweet for all of this.
if you make sure to take care of them, give us some evidence. Honestly, I'm pretty sure we'll hear about it if you manage to muck things up for them. So don't worry about it too much. But you do that for us, I'm sure we can spread the good word, as it were.
Great. I'm very happy to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
I will talk with my fellow adventurers, and we will do our best to try and meet your demands.
Well, appreciate doing business with you, I suppose, and
As
wish
do
you
I.
the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
And Norgal will hold out his hand for a handshake.
I think Wrath hesitates for a second, but then we'll shake your hand.
Hooray! Norgal is happy. Cool. So yeah, Norgal will.
Can I? This is a little weird. Can I ask you to roll insight?
Yes.
I think the handshake specifically, like, it gives you a little notice.
I heard that dice roll, but I was like, oh, wait a minute.
Insight. Oh, I'm good with that. 21.
Ooh, yeah. You get the sense that if it weren't for your existing reputation, yours specifically,
Mm-hmm.
Wrath would be a lot less.
Willing to give a handshake.
Yes, a lot less congenial.
Yes. Norgal wants to make everyone happy.
You really did just kind of send Norgal to the lion's den.
Yeah, a little bit.
Pure sweet Norgal.
If ever there were a Daniel of the party.
Yeah, so, and then Norgal is going to give like a very slight, like, nodding bow kind of thing to everyone else in this throne room of sorts.
Yeah.
And we'll take his leave with Alice, I assume.
Yeah. Alice goes with you.
Cool. He's gonna turn to Alice and ask her, had you heard anything about the Shokur that they were talking about?
They've been around a long time, and I knew that they'd butted heads, but I'm surprised they're making moves. Shokur have always been pretty big, pretty powerful, always had the backing of the factory, so they've always had a lot of money. And if the club thinks that they're strong enough to make a move on them now, then times are changing.
Interesting.
They've been fighting territory back and forth for a long time.
Do you have any ideas of the best move to... I mean, obviously we're going to need the reconnaissance of Chiefs and Amity, but do you have any ideas of what way we could cripple them? Or is that completely out of your knowledge?
No. Stuff I know about it. As far as
Well,
I
do you
can
know
tell.
stuff that would, make them tick or, make them...
I'm not so familiar myself.
Okay.
But from rumors and whatnot, they operate like a company as much as the factories do. One big man on top telling everyone else below him what to do. And
I see.
figure you mess with the big man and you mess with the rest.
Gotcha.
But I don't know how they're set up now.
Very difficult task.
Yeah, I don't know how they're set up now. I don't know what they're doing, but
I guess we'll probably find that out. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, I guess that they were kind of talking as they were kind of like walking out.
Yep. Walking and talking.
Yeah, and he's going to, like, on the way out, seeing all the other youngins, he's going to wave goodbye to them.
They'll wave back.
Cool. And he's going to leave the Blood Cub and kind of make his way back towards the spider stand.
All right.
And he's going to say goodbye to Kindly as well.
Good. Kindly is happy to have seen you again and to see you go. busy friend. All right. In that case, yeah, around then probably Amadi, Staldar, Dahlia, and Yosashi return. And Amadi is now available for Cheeps to go and do some investigating with. But the real question is, are they both getting food?
True.
I'm here for
Okay.
3 minutes, and then I'm gonna disappear for like 5 minutes, and then I'll be back for however long we play.
Should we take a break?
It might be a good idea.
I can.
That'd be nice. I'd like to light a candle now.
Absolutely.
It smells
All right.
really bad.
Let's go ahead and
Pepperoni,
take
man.
a short break. Say
I'll also heat up some food, I guess.
yeah, let's say like
Awesome.
15 minutes.
Sure.
Sounds
We'll meet back at 10:45.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
Cool.
Awesome.
Alright. See you soon.
Alrighty.
I'll mute this. Oh, we are back. With a new map.
Ooh.
Maybe, if I can... Aha, there we go. Because this makes more sense now. Only kind of, because you're not in the district anymore. It's fine. Actually, I have that map here. Let me just throw the full Kyla map up there. All right, so Amity and Cheeps. Amity, you are back. Cheeps, what have you been doing in the meantime? In the last what have you been doing for the last few hours?
Chiefs has been resisting the urge to go out by himself and do stuff, but he's been resisting that urge because he knows he's not supposed to be doing things on his own, for the most part. He has been mostly drawing and, I would like to say he's just been going around getting little treats for himself. If you want to calculate like a random cost of that.
1 silver.
Okay. That is pretty much
What have you gotten?
Cheeps
With your
has
1
gotten
silver of trinkets.
Cheeps has gotten a few chocolates from the creepy man in Chocolates by Death.
Oh God.
And I want to say he also got a little wood carving of a little bird or something like that from
It's like a
some
street
little
peddler.
artisan. Yeah, from a street peddler or something like that.
Yeah. All right. Acquiring a hoard.
building up the nest.
Yes. Good.
But yeah, that's what Cheeps has technically been doing for now. Although he's been thinking about where to start, since he knows that around this time, even though it's only been a couple hours, work is still in session. Hours along, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Just waiting for Amity.
Just waiting for a shift change. Yeah, and then around then, Amity and Amity and Stalder and Dahlia and Yurzashi come back from their quest.
Awesome.
Appear out of the wind.
I think we have a small conversation with Norgal, and then we go.
Yes, we
Which I
do.
feel like for you would be like, oh, I have to wait long.
Yeah. Cheeps popping little chocolates in his mouth while he waits.
Yeah, so you guys come back to the spider's den, and you find Chiefs just sitting in the common room, surrounded by little foil wrappers. As he's just been eating chocolates for the last 3 hours.
DC 10
This boy's on a sugar rush.
Oh God, yeah. I was gonna say, I hope you had lunch before you started getting into all that. Where did you get all of that?
Oh, there's this really nice chocolate shop down the road by a really tall guy who talks really weird. Cheap starts imitating the voice and everything. And God, I mean, the chocolates are just so good. Oh my God. Puts another one in his mouth. But I did eat lunch. Elmia made sure I did. Isn't that right? Cheeps looks at Elmia.
I mean, it just kind of blinks, and it's just yeah, I sure did.
Cheeps totally didn't eat lunch.
I think if you say Omia did, then she did.
Oh, okay then.
Or are you trying to lie?
No, I'm not trying to lie.
Okay.
I was just guessing that Elmia was going along with it. No.
I was about to be like, insight check. So
Time to
hard.
roll those dice.
Yep. Always, baby.
But
I
no.
mean, in
Does
the
that mean
back
we're
of his
ready to
head-
go?
I'm ready to go. I hope. You're not gonna crash from a chocolate low?
No, I'll be fine. I got a couple hours in me.
Oh god.
Cool. Hang on. I know one. Oh, I go over to Ilmia and I say, "Do you have any chocolate?"
I mean, like maybe somewhere. Why?
I need some. Not for me. Not for me. I promise you, not for me.
Now, okay.
It's for when
No.
he
I
inevitably
don't give. Let me stop you there, because I'm pretty sure what you're intending is that you need chocolate so that you can continuously feed Cheap's chocolate so that he doesn't crash, because that's how I think you think nutrition works. Is that correct?
You know that gif of the woman like looking at all the numbers surrounding her? Omni looks like that, with like a finger in front of his face, and he's like, "Yeah, know that about checks."
No, you can't, because he will crash anyway, and you can't just continuously sustain him off of sugar. If you give him something, just get him like a skewered rat or something when you're on the way, and as long as he's got some actually decent calories in him, he'll be fine.
So like a coffee or
No. How much can I overhear?
Tell
Like,
you
meant
what,
to be-
I'll make Cheeps a hearty sandwich, and just make sure he eats it.
I will definitely make sure that he eats at least most of it.
You know what?
I have needs too. What do you want from me, Norgal?
Amity,
Make
do you
two
want me to
sandwiches.
make you a sandwich as well?
He like looks down and he's like, "Yeah."
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I'll be right back. And like in like 5 minutes, she whips up a couple of sandwiches and like puts
Oh
them
my
in a
God.
brown paper bag for the both of you.
Yeah,
Fucking take out.
Amity just looks down,
What a
kicks his
saint.
feet a little bit. Yes.
Please. I'm hungry.
There's two sandwiches and an apple in the brown paper bag.
just one apple. You think that's good enough, Illy? No, I'm joking.
Like, oh my god.
No, I thank her profusely, and I head out with.
All right. All right. So you and Cheeps are on the prowl. What's the plan?
Alright. Well, first things first. I know it sucks, but we just watch and eat these sandwiches. We gotta look for. I mean, I get. Norgal's told us about the shield cooker. I'm guessing.
I'm not back yet. Am I?
Oh.
I thought you arrived and told us, and then like
I'm not sure about the.
If you want to have waited for Norgal, you can.
Okay. Yeah.
Was Norgal longer than like 3.5 hours?
I don't know how long it takes.
Probably not.
Probably not. No, he'll be fine. He'll have returned in as much time as necessary through the power of the mind.
Yes.
Yes.
Imagination.
Yeah, imagination.
Oh yeah, then I would tell you guys. I would tell you guys to look for anything about the Shulker, because I feel like that, along with whatever you guys need to do, but it's vitally important that you gain information about the Shulker.
Yeah. All right.
Awesome. Alright. So the plan first is just to watch. We have to look around the industrial district and just watch the factory workers. If I know the Shilker, there'll always be a couple people they're targeting. We don't want to mess with the Shilker right now. If anything we want to do, we want to find out who they are harassing, and we can learn more from that person. Because they may be part of some larger organization, or at least are under their protection of some sorts. People who may be able to give us information about them, what they've been doing, who they've been targeting, and why. We just need, because right now we don't know what's going on here, and we need to know what the haps have been, for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is your operation, Cheeps. I'm just here to make sure that nothing goes astray, goes words.
Should have that sandwich.
Alright. That being said, Amity, can you, like, fly? You can turn into a bird, right?
I can do a lot of things.
Can you, like, I'll be looking around myself, but can you, like, watch around from the sky for any Shilker? And Chiefs is going, the thinks about it for a second. They usually have an insignia they wear. It's like a flaming warhammer for the most part. You'll usually see it on a shoulder pad, or that they have, usually leather. And also, they'll probably be like, everybody will be avoiding them. They stick out.
Yeah, I might be able to do that. Might be. I turn into a
Has a stroke and turns into a bird.
All right. In
They
that
really
case,
never change.
all right. Amity. So you guys are kind of spreading out.
Did you
and
just say
looking.
Amity?
I'm a bee.
I'll be
Amity.
I'm a bee.
from the Black Eyed Peas.
All right. So Cheeps, you're kind of doing your typical
Black-eyed
prowl,
peas.
and Amity, you're on the lookout.
Yes.
All right, so in that case, Amity, since you're looking out for, like, kind of scanning and searching, I'm going to have you do investigation, if you can. And
are you sure you don't mean perception?
I definitely do mean investigation.
God damn you.
Yeah, I know.
God
I know.
damn it.
We'll be doing searching of my own. Should I also roll?
Also investigation.
Okay.
I rolled a hot 4.
Nice.
All right.
Wonderful.
I'll take that into account.
Ooh, I rolled a good, let's see. One second, let me find.
Spicy 4.
No, I rolled hot 23.
Ooh, that is hot. So you're a bird, Amity. And that's great. And the thing that you realize is that your technique was a little off in that you are flying directly above all of these people and you're looking for a symbol on their shoulder pad, but you're doing this like super high scanning thing and just end up looking at the tops of their heads. And you don't really figure out how to correct that immediately. So you get a little distracted. You don't quite find what you're looking for. Cheeps, on the other hand, you do a lot of walking around. You do a lot of walking and talking. Except minus the talking, mostly the walking. You do a lot of walking and or talking. You gotta the walk or talk. You gotta pick one.
I gotta do the walk, the talk.
Yeah.
The talk, not mine.
Yeah, that's fair, especially as a Kenku.
Yeah.
So you get the rumor mill, which is great. Everyone loves some good ass rumors. And as a result, you are kind of drawn into the conversations of workers on break. You manage to catch a good chunk of people on in between shifts. And you hear them talking quietly amongst themselves about increased private security. In that a lot of the factories have been bringing in more and more security guards to keep. They've been like harassing workers, making sure they don't stop working. Like the kind you've worked in factories before, you know, the kind of thing where they keep your heads down and don't stop. Kind of conditions that aren't great, and honestly, a lot of the workers are pretty PO'd about it. And a lot of the factories have been hiring individuals who you can identify as Shilker, but the workers may not be able to do this. Additionally, the Shokur have been forcing workers to keep quiet about what they're working on occasion, especially in the larger like machinery factories. The Shokur have been hired to make sure they can't say anything.
Do I know which factory specifically?
You get the sense of a couple. They're adjacent and they're both owned by the same boss. The fucking Lyra family.
Lyra? you said?
Lyra. Yeah, the Lyra family owns both of them.
Okay. I would like to perhaps approach one, just approach one of these groups. And, are these groups of people I'm hearing, are these the people who work at these factories?
Yes.
Alright. I'd like to pick out, if they ever separate, I'd like to pick out one and follow them,
Sure.
if possible.
Yeah, they huddle very briefly after work. You kind of catch all of this information from the disparate accounts of... You're at this for a while. I want to say over the course of like probably a couple hours or so. You end up gathering this information from disparate groups, and once you finally decide to like, okay, I'm going to follow one of these people, you listen to one of these groups, watch them as they break up, and then kind of pick one to follow home. Describe to me the individual that you're following.
The individual I'm following is very tired. They look very unhappy. Sort of bags under their eyes, their face is drooping. Sometimes they just bump into people without noticing it. And don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it is like beyond mid-20s burnout. It is like mid-50s, middle-age burnout.
Ooh. And is this a member of one of the Lyra family factories, or is this a more typical textiles or cannery worker?
One of the Lyra factories.
All right.
And at one point, if I can ever single them out alone, I would like to sort of approach them and like poke them in the back or whatever and get their attention.
This is going to be an exercise in futility, but there's always a chance. I'm going to ask you to roll stealth.
Okay. Oh, there's a possibility. 16.
Totally fine. Like you said, he's tired.
Okay, good.
The people around him aren't expecting, like, this is a factory worker. People aren't really expecting him to be super followed or anything, and 16 is enough that you don't look like a cut purse. No one's really avid you. And once he's kind of alone, once he's like taken down a couple side streets, headed towards some of the apartment complexes, you catch him alone.
All right. At which point, I'd like to just jingle a sort of bag of like 20 gold for a second, and like say, "How's the wages, pal?"
He pauses and turns around and looks at you, and is just like, "What's it to you, kid?"
I can help you feed yourself. And whoever else you're trying to feed.
Look, if this is some kind of bribe, I don't want to get caught up in all that. I just want to go home, man.
Really? And when you go back, are you going to be... Let's see. How many people do you have to feed?
Me and the kids.
Mm-hmm. And how much money do you have to feed them?
Not enough.
I'm not going to ask you to beat up anybody. I'm not going to ask you to deliver anything. I just want to ask you a couple questions about the factory that you work at.
Give me persuasion. And since you are actively waving money at him, I'll give you advantage.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, that's a 19.
All right. He kind of pauses and just like wipes a hand down his face and rubs his temples and is just like, you know what? I'm listening.
I've heard amongst the Shield Courier are particularly racking up security around the places you work, telling people not to say anything about what's going on inside, what you're making. I'd like to know a little bit about that. I'm
Look,
willing to pay.
if at the mention of that, he goes a lot more. He gets a lot more cagey, and he's just like, "Look, I'll tell you things, but I can't tell you that. They'll fucking take my kids. I can't risk that happening.
You think they're watching you now?
They're watching everyone now. Got people on every corner."
Look behind you.
He looks behind him.
Look at the area behind me.
Looks behind you.
You see any flaming warhammers?
I don't.
It's just you and me. Alone. In this alleyway.
Shady AI.
No shield courier, nobody with brass knuckles or cudgels listening in on you.
Just this very stabby boy.
If you even want, I can lead you to a safer place. I mean, I can't guarantee that it would be a very not pungent place. It smells bad, but I can lead you to a place where I know people don't go.
I'll take my risks now, I guess. Alright, we're working on something. To be honest, I don't really know. It's too big for me to know. It's
What kind of parts are we talking?
big machine, big Akram engines. You seen Akram engines like they put in them airships? Bigger.
Yep. Oh.
I don't know what it does.
Like
Then crazy stuff like wheels with teeth and big chains and sharp bits. I don't know how it all goes together because it's not assembled here. But whatever we're making, I don't know what it's for. But it's not good.
One more thing. So you're saying these pieces are being constructed in your factory, but they're being taken somewhere else?
I think they're assembled in one of the other factories. It's not the one I'm in. They got three. Two of us is making parts, and the third's putting it together, I think.
And would you happen to know perhaps who takes these deliveries, who delivers them at all?
I just put it together. I'm sorry, or the parts. I just make the parts.
All right. I guess that's all we'll be needing from you, for the most part.
Tell you what, though. We used to make the Guardians. He looks like he feels kind of guilty about that, actually.
Really?
It's just like, I said we're gonna make something keep people safe. Guess I should have known what fucking bullshit that was, but
Man, we do it. He says, "Don't you feel bad for a second? We do what we have to do to survive." You grew up here too, right? You grew up in the same place as
of course, right here in the stacks.
Then you know that we have them. It doesn't matter what we do, as long as we're living. It's okay what we do. It's not, even if it's immoral. Nobody can blame you for what the bastards in the up top are making you do to be able to survive. It's not your fault.
Appreciate that, kid.
Yeah. And Cheeps will toss him the bag of 20 gold.
Kind of looks at, he grabs it, looks in it, and is just like, what's a kid with doing with this much money?
Do you honestly want to know?
No, the fuck I do not.
You know the
Have a
deal.
nice life.
You didn't see me.
Peace.
Yep, and we will go our separate ways.
He heads home. All right. Amity, you are a bird.
I am a bird.
Update.
I don't know whether
Is
it's
a bird.
canonical. I don't know whether it's canonical that I'm actually like perching and listening to this conversation.
It can be.
I like that.
You do? You like that? You said?
I do.
Yeah, I think that's got to be a thing. Then I'm gonna like Cheeps. You're gonna see maybe a familiar bird like take off kind of near you, and I want to follow this guy to make sure that he is okay. I want to make sure like nobody is following him, eyeing him suspiciously, talking and like pointing at him or anything like.
Yeah. You kind of like keep an eye on him as he's on the walk home, and as he gets closer, he goes and ends up in the stacks, which is the really low rent kind of shitty. It's the shittiest living conditions place in the general residence district. He kind of like walks up to an old apartment building and is like slowly getting out his keys, and then this kind of like burly figure comes out of the shadows, one of the alleys, and kind of starts hassling him like, "Hey, you're late. What you been up to?" And he's just like, "Hey, it's just needed to swing by someplace on my way home. I just need to go." And he's just like, "Yeah, not telling anyone anything, are you?" And he's just like, no, I'm fine.
Oh shit.
Oh no, I don't want that.
And the tough kind of like pokes him in the chest with a finger. He's just like, "Don't you fucking lie to me, Tommy."
Mm.
And he's like,
Tommy,
is
please.
getting a lot more physical. And the guy's just like, I don't know what and the guy's just like, look, it wasn't anything serious. I met someone unexpected on the way home. That's all that happened. And he's just like, yeah. And then what'd you do to him? And the guy's just like, I didn't do anything. And the guy's just like, now, if I find out one thing, if anything gets spilled from the factory, any details, any designs, any pots, I'm going here first. You understand that, Tommy? And he's just like, yeah, no, I get it. And Tuff's just like, all right. Say hi to Sarah for me. And kind of slinks back into the alley. And the guy just kind of like sighs deeply and steps into his home.
Yeah.
Spooky.
So, is it okay for me to intuit by listening to this conversation that this man did not see him talk to Cheeps and is unaware of him having talked to Cheeps, but is just vaguely suspicious?
Make an insight check.
That's a good roll. Let me see what my insight is. That is a 22.
It's pretty good. You kind of get from vocal tones and things is, yeah, he doesn't actually know that Tommy knows anything, but he does know that Tommy's he has intuited through also insight and in talking to him that Tommy's hiding something and is suspicious about it.
Where is this guy now?
He's exited into kind of an alleyway and is just kind of like, he's lit up a cigar. He's just kind of like hanging out and being a creep.
And Tommy's already gone inside, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Fuck.
We could dispose of him.
Shut this guy up for good.
Oh god damn it! My shit's on control, so I just keep on like zooming in and out of my website. 1 second. Now, would you consider this man to be a very wise person?
He did just make a pretty reasonable insight roll.
Okay.
But I can neither confirm nor deny.
I want to do something, so can we pause this if somebody else has something to do? Because I want to look through the spells that I have and see if I can do something interesting.
Sure. We'll put a pin in this for now. And it's now time for Staldar, Dahlia, and Yorsashi to investigate the restricted zone.
Ah.
So you, at this point, it's a fairly well-worn path. You know how to get in and out through the hidden tunnel in the shed near the border. And you move the stone out of the way in the wall and take the tunnel back through and end up back in the restricted zone. Yeah, so what's the plan?
Dahlia was kind of taking the lead on this one, so.
Fuck. I think I would think of things. Dahlia's smart. Caroline, the player, is not.
I believe in you.
I think my first thing would actually be going to their last known location of camp. And then, like, the surrounding buildings, probably close by.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see if I can pull up any trace of where someone would be. Where we can find someone. Even if there's, like, no one.
Yeah.
Kind of like, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, so you head back to the camp, and you kind of, like, look around a bit. You're checking stuff. You're checking, like, footprints, and there's still some pretty reasonable evidence that there was a camp here. Like, there are still some shoddy tents, now weather worn, and like clearly abandoned for a while now. But trying to figure out like where someone is. Go ahead and make either an investigation or a survival check, because this is pretty close to like tracking, is what you're trying to do. And your Sashi is going to help you. So you'll have advantage. As
I
he's...
get different information depending on what I get?
Yes.
I'm gonna try survival, because I would
Alright.
have a +3 instead of a +2.
Sure.
So
and your Sashi's helping you, so you'll have advantage.
Yeah, with advantage. Wow. Great job, Caroline. That's an 11.
Alright, 11's not nothing.
It's not great. I rolled
It's
an
not
8.
3.
I rolled a 2 and an 8.
Alright, with an 11, your Sashi helps you find one thing in particular. He's kind of like looking around. You're looking more toward the objects and detritus of previous camp, and he's got his eyes a lot more toward the ground and the surrounding features. And he notes to you that there is a path, not old, but fairly recent, that seems fairly well worn between the camp and in the direction of the larger civilization of the zone.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like you can follow it exactly, because it's not super clear as far as you can tell, and you didn't quite get well enough to be able to identify it further, but you can tell that there is something here, and someone has been here, likely either within the past few days or even more recently.
Okay, that's actually pretty good. Interesting. Okay. Should we try heading the way? Or like see if we can pick up the trail again?
We can certainly make an attempt. We're somewhat familiar with tracking.
Good, because I'm really not.
Yeah, I guess Staldar and Yersashi can kind of team up and put to use what they know about following trails.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing rangers are good for.
Alright, go team.
Yeah. So like I said, the trail that you found isn't very clear.
Right.
Unfortunately. So it's pretty hard to follow in minute strokes, but you can definitely just kind of start heading in the direction that it is leading, which looks to be closer to the heart of the zone.
Right.
If you were to intuit further, it looks like it's leading vaguely close to the cathedral in the center of the district.
Interesting. Somewhat fortuitous for me. Okay.
Yeah. So if you head in that direction, you can.
Very. One thing I would like to do, as knowing what's in this district, I want to. Let me. Features thing is all different now, so
Oh, I know exactly what you're
looking
trying
for what's it called?
Sense good and evil.
Yeah, it's either that or divine sense. Divine sense is what I'm thinking of. As an action, you can detect good and evil until the end of your turn. You can detect anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet that is not behind total cover. You can use this feature 3 times per long rest. So I'd like to use divine sense.
Sure. Yeah, you do that. And the biggest clause within that's kind of unfortunate is behind total cover.
Right.
Which means that you can't really see into buildings or around corners or anything like that. But as you kind of continue moving while that is active, you get a sense that kind of in your gut that this place is pretty deeply steeped in necrotic energy.
Right.
And not only like in the long term, but recently. Like this place has problems. It has an infestation problem.
Right.
Oops.
One we shouldn't take care of a while back.
My bad.
Maybe this is a good chance to right our negligence.
Mm-hmm.
We'll get to that. Oh, those sure are dice rolls.
I have armor on, so I cannot stealth very well if needed.
I'm gonna go ahead and change my armor as well.
I am wearing armor, so this is gonna.
Yep.
All right. So yeah, you keep moving, kind of vaguely trying to hunt a trail. Is there anything else you're attempting to do at this point? Any of you? Yosashi's primarily following your lead. He's continuing to look for stuff, and he's trying to keeping an eye out as best he can.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying to stay on the alert for particularly undead, and just any signs of non-undead activity.
Mm-hmm.
Signs of true life, not.
Yeah. I was gonna say I'm pretty good with just making undead go away.
Also.
So I'm not mega worried about that. Because I can literally just destroy them.
Yeah.
Fortuitous.
It is.
I can just make them not exist.
Jeez.
So you get closer to town square, I would assume. You're kind of continuing to move forward. And you notice one thing in particular that's kind of hard to miss as you arrive in the square of the cathedral. There is a large pile of ashes.
Oh.
Just in kind of vaguely the center of the square.
Mild fear.
Me thinks someone's been doing our work for us, actually.
Can I go up to the pile and investigate what
You may.
what it might be?
Yeah.
Would that
Go ahead and make
investigation or medicine?
go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. Better. 13.
Both in scent and you kind of find some larger chunks that suggest that this was a funeral pyre of some kind, but an immense one for maybe dozens of bodies at a time.
Oh my.
Yikes.
And around then, you hear someone call out from an upper end of one of the nearby buildings and just shouts, "Hold! What are you doing here?"
Yeah, Stella will kind of like slowly like put his hands up in a words, you know, in the ubiquitous like hands up, I'm not, you know, a danger gesture.
Mm-hmm.
Turn to look at whoever's calling out to them.
There is a cloaked man or figure on the roof of one of the nearby buildings holding a strung longbow. He just goes, "It's dangerous here. You shouldn't be here."
If anything, that's exactly why we're here. I don't know how to approach this one. Do you know what these ashes are?
Yes. The undead have been quite annoying. I'm trying to take out as many as I can and give them some semblance of proper burial.
Would you like assistance in this matter?
Just kind of hesitates. Yes, I would.
Don't shoot.
And he kind of re-aims the bow and looses an arrow across the square, and you kind of follow its direction just in time to see it land in the eye socket of a corpse shambling across the square. And it falls down and just kind of like gurgles. And he kind of disappears from the roof and then reappears from outside of an alley. It's just like, well, to work then, I suppose.
Yeah. What can we call you, friends?
Shatterkai. And
you're gonna have to spell that one out for me.
I'll put it in a chat. I don't know what chat. I'll put it in the Discord. Shadarkai. Shatterkai.
Where have I heard that before?
They're part of the Shadowfell.
Oh my.
Raven Queen's domain, by the way.
I was gonna say, I'm like, I know this, and I can't.
My.
Or at least they come from the Shadow.
Well, ironically, he says that, but he's a wood elf. He's a wood elf whose name is Shatterkai.
Mixed signals.
Chiefs, I would like you to make a perception check.
Alrighty.
Chiefs is wait, are we like switching gears? What's happening?
Oh wait, Chiefs isn't there. God damn it.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute.
No, don't worry about it. Who's with you? Dahlia, I would like you to make a perception check.
Fuck,
Chiefs just rolls a 22 to look at some hands.
Okay, wait, that's actually really good. Perception, unnatural 20?
Ooh, that's pretty good.
I rolled a 17.
So, his appearance is pretty rough. He's clearly, like, been out here for a while. He's kind of a survivalist. I'll extend this to Staldar, because that's fine. Because it's more entertaining that way. He has the look of for you, Dahlia. He has the look of someone who's been at sea for a very long time.
Interesting.
And for you, Stalder, he looks like someone who's been on camp for a long time. It's the kind of like rough hair, kind of dirty face, survivalist, like a little bit leaner than you would expect.
Right.
Look, but very fit, very toned, very like survivalist. And with a 20 perception, Dahlia, you can tell that he has a black feather clipped to the side of his cloak.
Dolly's just kind of like, she's gonna like kind of look at it and then look at him, look at it again, go, and just be like, we have work to do. Yes, exactly that. Let's go do that. And she went to the nearest undead and just smite him.
Star just gives you just watches like what has gotten into you? Why are you being weird?
Yeah. So for the larger consideration of this, because this is a lot less of a combat and more of a hunting party. You are they're slow enough, and you're noticing them on purpose enough that they don't pose significant threats to you as you're taking them out in isolation with 4 or 5 of you at a time, or 4, not 5, 4 of you at a time. Yeah, I don't think we need to mechanically itemize that unless it becomes a situation that you lose control of.
Right.
But yeah, he's actually pretty glad for the help. Like you kind of see his process is he'll take 1 to 3 like pretty accurate bow shots. He never misses the entire time you watch him. He sometimes doesn't hit like right on the head every time he wants to, but he never really loses an arrow to take down a shambling corpse and pull the arrows out of it. And then drag it over to the ash pile and throw it on. He's these very thick gloves that he wears whenever he's handling the bodies themselves. Yeah, so you all work for a while, if you would like to, doing kind of pseudo-extermination.
Yep.
Yeah. Hack and slash a little bit.
Yeah.
This is going to be kind of weird. Everyone roll just like an attack roll to see like how effective you are with your weapons during this time.
So like add the...
Yeah. If you want to be using magic, Dahlia, you can roll plus your spell bonus if you want.
It's just a plus to hit. It's the exact same roll.
Okay.
Right?
Let me see what I can do that might be good for this. I don't know if I have any spells actually prepared for this that would be
17?
good.
It would be 17 either way, so...
Cool. Your Sashi actually turns out to be a little squeamish about this. He's really like not enjoying this at all.
Aww.
He gets kind of shaky every time he like aims his crossbow at one of them.
So are we just rolling to hit, or how are
just
we...
an attack roll that is broadly exemplary of your proficiency at the task.
Okay. So...
Because it's Dungeons and Dragons, and therefore we need to be rolling dice.
Okay, that's not bad. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so 14?
Yeah, you're very well. I think Dahlia does very well. Very motivated for some unknown reason. Just like very good at like... she gets a lot of real good mace crunches in. Yeah, it's pretty gross. But very effective.
There's a bit more tidy about it.
Yeah. A lot of head cleaving. Yeah, and after... How long do you want to be doing this? Like, the entire afternoon? A while? You can tell, like... And this is kind of the problem. Like, the longer you do this, it always feels like you managed to get all of them, and then there's just one more. Like you get so many of them, and then you like from a far off alley you just hear an.
Yeah, I think after a certain amount of time passes, like enough time doing this, probably for a while, Stalder will kind of look up to wherever Shatterkai is, and he says, "Do you know the source of these?"
I'd assumed that it was the cathedral at some point in time. That's why I camp there primarily, is it's where they always seem to emanate from. But they're kind of all over at this point.
Have you seen the basement of the cathedral?
Oh no, I don't dare go in there. No, without a war party. Christ.
I think if we're gonna make any headway, it needs to be dealt with.
Well, I suppose. Are you that confident that we'll be able to take on what is potentially quite a number at once?
Cracks her knuckles.
I suppose having a cleric on our side is deeply advantageous.
And a paladin.
True. If you insist, I wasn't aware. You're not so self-righteous as most paladins I've met.
Yeah, well, there. This is just kind of what I do almost best.
I mean,
if you're that confident,
if something dead, I can make it that way.
Stalder just kind of like, kind of does she knows what she's talking about.
Shatterkai gives her a look like, all right, tiny cleric, like, hand,
no,
like,
7-foot dragonborn. She knows what she's talking about.
Fucking Christ, what's the guy with the he talks about space? Nielsen, Therese Neil? No.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. The like hands up like face, just like all right.
We got a better.
Yeah, I mean, if you insist. It's drawing close to evening. Do you want to make a move now or wait till morning?
I mean, strike while the iron's hot. Just
all right.
get it done with.
He kind of like finishes throwing his current corpse onto the pile and kind of dusts his hands off and is like, well, no time like the present. And heads toward the cathedral. It's in roughly the same shape as you remember, as you very slowly walk into the doors. Shatterkai's moving very carefully, trying to make sure that he doesn't make sure he doesn't miss any corners, basically. Watch your fucking corners! It's a SWAT team reference for you all. Anyway, so he kind of gradually walks in. You can tell Hirosashi's like, is a little shaken. Like does not like, because he already wasn't having a good time, and the idea of being like, let's go into this pit of potentially a lot of these things. Like, he is not a fan of that.
Yeah,
but he's sticking with you.
Try to provide as much comfort as
he
can in this.
He's staying by your side, but he is not happy about it. So, how are you going about this? Kind of explore would you like to explore deeper? Do you intend to just like go straight to the basement?
I mean, that was kind of my thing.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. Like,
Shatterkai's following your lead at this point, because he at this point I've purposefully not gone in here. So if this is lead the way, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he'll go exactly to where he knows, like, the entrance to, like, the, like, laboratories down below are, like, through the, like, dining hall, all of that.
Yeah. You head down. You like head back into the pits in the bottom, and it's at this point around now that you hear the moaning. At first it's like a couple voices, and then just so many in chorus. As you get closer and closer, and then eventually you reach that pit in which you fought the Father Shiro previously, and
Man.
the vat and of just that goes down for just like feet and feet and feet and feet. Is still somehow just filled with writhing bodies.
Ugh.
And they appear to have grown restless and have formed something of a ramp of themselves leading from the bottom of the pit up to the platform that you're standing at now. And you can tell why it appears that they don't come out very quickly, as they're not very coordinated. They keep slipping down and not really, they have no direction. They have no one controlling them as they did when Father Shiro was still alive. So they're simply moving. It's like if you set a whole bunch of like
Headless ants.
yeah, exactly. Like little mindless insects. Eventually, they'd reach the hole of the container they're trapped in, but it is by pure chance and by effectively thermodynamics, where until they find the path of least resistance. Above all, the figures look sad.
Ugh. Ugh.
That's
It's-
depressing.
Yeah. So kind of like very briefly to Dahlia, it's like we should have dealt with this long ago.
I didn't know it was gonna turn out like this.
Neither did I. I mean, I'm just as guilty as you are.
All right, let's. Do you want?
What you got?
something?
What you got?
I kind of just want to put them out of their misery. That sounds really bad, but like,
No, do it. That's
Burn them with fire.
Spirit bomb.
I
I mean,
mean, fire would be very fitting for how
Yeah.
it ended the last time we were here.
yeah.
True. I mean, true.
That's my only next solution is just burn the whole fucking place down.
Mm.
Your choice. Your call.
I don't have like a fireball itself, so
I've got-
and I can't take out one by one. I could take out like a stack of them with like a higher level spell.
Like, well,
It's just not
chan-
gonna be like.
If you use Channel Divinity to turn undead, that will instantly destroy them.
Is that? Can I?
Is that how that works? Hold on.
Or-
Let me.
It should be on your character sheet.
You have an ability
I
called
also have that,
Destroy
actually.
Undead. Staller, you have Turn Undead. Because of the level Cleric Dahlia has, Turn Undead becomes Destroy Undead.
Oh, I see.
But turn undead, can I only turn one, or can I turn them all?
So Turn Undead affects all of them. They will all have to make a save, and if they fail, they will be destroyed.
Do that.
I'll
They
I'll
just
try
die.
that then. I'm
If
gonna
that doesn't
go
work, I
ahead-
can burn the fucking place down.
I'll go ahead and try Channel Divinity turn/destroy undead.
And your spell save DC?
It's going to be 15.
Alright.
I believe it's a wisdom.
It sure is, and I'll tell you what, zombies ain't real wise.
That's a lot of rolls.
It's a lot of zombies. That's impressive. So I rolled a bunch of dice for, because there's a lot of them. There's if you were to count, you'd say probably a couple hundred still in the pit. But so you focus inward to try and channel the powers given to you by Posen. And as you do this, just a cloud forms in the room above the pit. And it starts rumbling and thundering and arcs, and you see flashes. And then just one by one, lightning strikes from the cloud to each individual figure, just completely disintegrating it.
Jesus.
And one after another, until all you can hear is thunder and the crackle of electricity, as every single figure in the pit is put to rest in a display of immense power on the part of your deity.
What was his name?
And after all and the cloud dissipates, the room is left with just the light scent of sea salt.
And burnt flesh.
Not even.
So there's just nothing left.
The pit is empty.
Okay. Okay.
Shatterkai is really impressed.
Yeah.
He just kind of looks on and is just like, fuck, if I could have done that weeks ago, I'd be done. Thank you.
She'll
so much.
turn around and just go like, I told you I could do it.
I'll never doubt you again.
Well, so to our new friends, we did it.
Well,
I'll have
unless there
to
happen to be any more wandering about, but
report back sooner than I thought. I'll keep an eye on the area, just in case.
Okay.
Stick around for a while.
Go back just a second. Report back.
I'm on task.
Ooh, from who?
An old friend.
Oh, shit.
I have Zone of Truth on me.
I'll be tread carefully.
Better not with the Queen's agents.
Can I try an
Shut the fuck
insight?
up, Chiefs.
Can I try an insight?
Absolutely.
I have a +7 insight.
Hell yeah.
25?
Yeah.
Ooh. It's good, but it's not 25. It's only 22.
Ooh.
He's very well composed. But you can tell with kind of a deep discernment. He's not lying when he says an old friend. It appears that he genuinely believes that.
Mm-hmm.
But he is definitely hinting at something more than that. He just goes, well, tell you what, this is kind of a big deal. You've done a very impressive thing here for this region and for all of us. I want to give you a little something for it. I can't let you go empty-handed. And he kind of like rustles around in his cloak and pulls out a pair of black feathers that have a little bit of a braid. They've taken the stem of the feather and braided some like metal trinkets around it. So it's a bit of I'd say it's a keychain more than anything else, but it's effectively a bit of a token or a tassel. He takes a couple out and a few out and extends them toward you.
She'll take them. She'll take it.
Yeah.
And just kind of like inspect it and just be like, "Wow, thank you."
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything you've done here.
If you don't mind waiting just a moment, you seem to know quite a lot about the area, and perhaps you have some information that would help us greatly.
Perhaps.
We-
If you'd like to maybe make camp and rest a little bit, I could get something going over a fire. It's getting late.
That
You don't have to stay. You don't have to stay. Just enough to have dinner, at least.
I can prepare something for us, yeah.
All right?
Create food and water.
Here. I'll bring you back to my camp and we can talk.
Wonderful, thank you.
And he leads you to the building you saw him at first. And there you now see a rope ladder that he's laid out across the side that leads up to the roof. And he climbs up and suggests you follow. And on the roof of the building, he has a bit of a camp set up. He has a tent and a bedroll and what appears to be a fire pit and a pile of logs. And looks like he's been ingrained here for some time. There are a couple of books that look pretty well worn. A stationary quiver of arrows and an extra bow, places to rest, etc. He lights a fire and begins like setting a pot over it and like fills it with some water. So, what curiosities do you have?
we've been on the search for. Hello. We've been on the search for the folks who used to camp here, a rather large encampment. Folks seemingly trapped behind the wall, trying to survive.
Yes.
But it seems they've since fled. They were hoping to find some sign of some thread to follow to reach out to them.
As far as I'm aware, they're no longer a cohesive group. At least not most of them. I know of a couple behind the wall, perhaps, that you could come in contact with. I aided their exit, just holding the line, making sure they weren't harassed by the undead.
Starl's a little guilty. Like, I hope the casualties weren't, well, any
Well,
casualties at all were too great.
I
but
believe some were scratched, injured, bitten, but it's not infectious like all the books say, so it's not really a problem. Whoever came up with that was just so unwise. Fear-mongering. No practical applications of the defense at all. It's silly. Sorry. Pet peeve of mine. No,
keeps the wee ones in bed at night.
Fair enough. I don't believe any casualties, but just some a scare or two.
So you think you know of a few that we might reach out to?
Yes, perhaps. I believe one mentioned his going back to his work in the merchant district. I believe he worked at oh boy, it's been so long. A bakery, perhaps, or
Do you know which one?
it was on the coast. The sweetbreads, I think.
Perhaps we'll take our search there then.
Yes. I hope he still has run of the place after being away from it for so long. I'm sure it's fine. Hard work does not go unnoticed, of course. He begins like pouring a stash of like salted meats into the pot and sets it over the fire.
Do you intend to stay here for any amount of time?
For as long as I've been here, haven't left since I arrived.
We could use someone like you working with us. We're trying to better this city. Trying to help the people in any way that we can.
Noble. But I fear that is not my fight.
Oh, you gotta throw a fucking persuasion check on this dude. That's not, that's a fucking lie and a half.
It seems that is your fight in some regard. I mean, you wouldn't be making this much effort to cleanse this place if you didn't have some investment.
I do want you to make a persuasion roll.
All right. It got very dark in the hours that we've been playing. Where's my... Okay, let me... It's very dark. Oh, wow. That's the worst thing ever.
No.
That's sure...
Staldar, no.
Oh, wait, no, I'm so sorry. I just rolled the wrong dice completely, actually. So
Oh my god.
That was
D12. I do that.
I'm sitting here in the dark.
The D12 is criminally underused, and I will not stand for
okay,
its
so
slander.
here's another problem. I rolled just as bad on a D20.
Oh my god.
I rolled a 4.
God damn it.
I
Fuck.
want to assist so bad. I want to do it so bad.
Uh,
Sorry, roll.
I mean, if you... the conversation can continue. Maybe
I
you'll
was
get
gonna
another
like-
opportunity.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
he just goes,
I'm not done with this guy. I'm not done
yeah.
with this guy.
No, he's just like, yeah, he goes, kind of you to suppose that I have done that much good for these folks. But, like I said, it's not my battle to be fought.
I mean, perhaps how about this? You seem to have goals of your own. I completely respect that. We all have causes that are near and dear to us. If your goals should align with our own, then we team up again, just as need be, as it suits us.
Reasonable. I find that fairly agreeable. Though I'm not sure whether we'll cross paths again, especially if my assignment here is complete, which I will be verifying over the course of the next couple of days. Yes. Care for some mutton, either of you?
I don't think we'll be staying around much longer, and I wouldn't want to impose.
Fair enough.
We're needed elsewhere. Wouldn't want to take from your rations, I'm sure.
All right. Kindness. I appreciate it. I wonder. You too seem connected to this place.
I suppose you could say that. We
Is
do have
there-
some history here.
Clearly, you were familiar with the cathedral. Care to explain? I'm all ears for a good story.
It's not a very good one, but I suppose it's worth telling. Perhaps just for the sake of honesty. We were on the search for one of our own, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Red Hand. But,
I'm not.
You're just gonna be name dropping us?
we're disbanded, and what does this guy care? He's obviously a free agent, like...
Because technically, we're still one to one. This is kind of like an aside.
If he had a problem, we would have had a problem by now. Like, I'm like one of the most wanted people in all of Kyla.
He takes off the mask and he's just like, haha, I was the council.
Right?
It's still just a precaution.
Anyways, one of our investigating folks went missing. It led us here into the restricted zone, and then further into the cathedral. We discovered I'm not sure what manner of evil overtook this man, but whoever had been running this cathedral wasn't really himself anymore. He was twisted and doing terrible things, creating these undead beasts. We neutralized him, but in our inattentiveness, our absorption with trying to find, the one of our own, who at this point was already long gone, we didn't really think to, correct the man's wrongs, make sure that this place couldn't create more of these things. And then by the time that we weren't around anymore. But now we're back.
Yes.
So,
yes, you are.
better late than never.
Indeed. Curious. Well, noble of you to attempt a reconcilement of sorts. Reconciliation. Sorry, my comment isn't that good.
It's my hope that one day this entire zone will be habitable again.
It's getting there. It's getting close. Maybe it can be reformed with the general residents once more at some point. But, how that may come to be, I'm sure we'll see in time.
I'll see it happen. Stellar says with like a kind of... Stellar usually isn't so certain, but he's very certain about it. He's like, I will see this happen. I'll tear that wall down brick by brick myself.
You're a man of conviction. Is there any other business you wish to conduct? Or... I do... The offer's still on the table for salted pork.
Stellar's kind of like you're talking hungry?
Mighty cleric, do you wish to partake? Slayer of the undead, savior of the restricted zone.
She's honestly like really off put by that type, like just kind of like the praises, sort of.
Lots of titles being thrown around today.
Yeah, She doesn't like that at all.
Demon Slayer,
I-
Undead Slayer.
I do not mean to
No, it's
poke fun.
It's fine.
I apologize if I have made an error in jest.
No, it's all right. We probably should be heading back though.
I believe we're expected back, yes.
But thank you for your help and the location. It's definitely something that we need to look into.
All right.
So thank you.
Of course.
Mordecai.
I'll be here.
All right.
If you ever need a hearty meal and a roof over your head for a night or a few, the Spider's Den would welcome you.
I'll keep that in mind. Maybe after all of this, I'll have a pint of good ale.
Oh, and one more thing before I go.
Of course.
To your old friends, give her my regards, please.
No.
To the mole.
He looks,
Oh,
at,
God.
No.
he looks at you with an amused smile.
She will do a slight curtsy and then kind of like beckon to Staldar and your Sashi go out of the restricted zone.
Yep.
You're playing with fire, Dahlia.
Oh, I 100% am. I am poking the horn.
Jeez.
I am. Oh boy.
Y'all gotta learn to stop playing these games.
I can't wait until you tell me about your new friend that you made out in the restricted
Oh
zones
man.
that Comedy can go there
First
by
thing.
himself
It's the
and fucking
first thing I'm doing.
interrogate.
Jeez.
All right.
I think
Well-
wait,
After all, you have something else to do?
mostly to Dahlia's kind of like give her a look like, what is that? What does that mean?
It's a religious thing.
I
Rolls insight.
doubt.
It's kind of like give him a knowing, like sort of a knowing glance, and just kind of like mess around with like her new little trinket to just kind of like without saying anything inherently,
I
just kind of like give a hint without saying it.
I use your words. Just like
Crit 1 on insight. Like, I don't
Jeez.
understand.
you know what, no, Stelda would kind of like be like, I think I know what you're saying, but boy, I sure would prefer if you would just say what the fuck you mean.
I don't want to mention any names. Everyone is listening right now.
God is watching, and I'm afraid.
That's honestly exactly what's going on. It's like after that entire thing, she's keeping a very close eye on every bird in the vicinity.
All of them.
Literally all of them.
Make a perception check.
Fuck.
Perfect.
Natural 20?
Hell yes.
Weirder than seeing an odd or standout bird, you see no birds. The entire way home, you do not see a single avian creature until you spot Cheeps back at the Spider's Den.
That's different.
Like there's none on the roof of the
None.
first den?
Not a single bird.
Oh, that's actually weird though.
Yeah, Yuri.
Like not even like pigeons.
Nope.
Why
None.
would she need to watch us when she's seen us up close in person?
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! We got the things in our feathers. What?
No.
Oh,
No.
Shatterkai isn't the
No,
Raven
no.
Queen,
No.
but is definitely a high up agent. I guarantee you, definitely has like
This is
let
crazy.
the fucking Raven Queen see through his eyes or some bullshit. Like,
Y'all, I might have fucked up even harder then.
no, I think you're good.
I'm hoping that was just kind of like, I was intending for it to be like a sort of friendly thing, like I see you there.
That's what I felt too. I don't know.
Yeah, I
if
thought it
that
was just
viewed
mostly
that
just a like I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Mhm.
was the message
It's,
there?
I see what you have done, and this I play on the board. Please do not
Uh.
smite me immediately.
So,
Man,
you arrive back at the spider's den
yeah.
and manage to kind of pull the gang back together.
Well, we have a thing we need to
I was
solve
gonna say,
yet.
there's still one thing left to threaten a man and potentially hurt, from the looks of it.
Oh, right. Yeah, so Amity's on the roof
Yeah.
above a creep in an alleyway.
Yeah. Is Cheeps nearby?
Up to Cheeps.
Cheeps has been following you.
Excellent. So
And
I
has
think
climbed up on the building.
God, the people above me are just like
Going
they have
ham?
they have a child who's up
Oh.
at midnight and 10 o'clock respectively. So they're going ham. Hope it doesn't come through too poorly on the audio. Anyway, sorry.
no, you're good. So I'm gonna cast. And Cole, I need you to be in this space with me. I gotta bend a little, just a small rule, just
Hey,
a tiny little rule.
We'll see.
I want to cast Animal Messenger with Chiefs in the area, but not obviously on him. I want to cast it on. I think just like a bird. That's
a bird that
fine.
is near you. Yeah.
And when this bird comes to me and is like, "Yes, what you need," or whatever it does.
That is exactly what it sounds like.
Give me 1 second to find exactly what I. Okay, here we go. So, I cast a 5th level Animal Messenger spell, which means it's going to last for exactly 1 week.
Oh my.
And so where I'm hoping to bend a little bit of a rule is to ask this thing to. I'm going to describe the man who was like, "Hey, Tommy, you better not be telling secrets, Tommy." I want to describe that person, and I want it to follow him, and every time that he threatens somebody, I want it to go up to him and say, "The god of the meager sees your cruelty, and his patience to idly watch grows ever thinner. Be warned."
Oh my goodness.
And then I don't know if this is going to work also, but I'd also like it at the end of the week to return to me and just report. But I don't know if I can do all that, but I would really like it to.
So that's a lot.
It is.
But you are casting this at 5th level.
Yeah.
Yeah, big boy spell.
I think you sinking, and presumably if you really wanted to, I could take away more of your spell slots to do this.
Sure.
So like I could say you spent, I don't know, like 2 5th level spell slots doing this.
So fifth level spell slots gone.
Yeah.
Great. I'm all for it.
To just like sink all of your energy into it. This isn't so much you are enabling this animal messenger, but you're also kind of like effectively programming it to accomplish this task that you want it to. And since I think a lot of that falls into the broader textual range of animal messenger, and because it's cool, we can absolutely do that.
Excellent.
But it is going to take a lot out of you. Like this is a bit of complex spell weaving.
I'm a pretty fucking good druid, though.
You are, you are, and that's why I'm letting you do it.
Awesome.
Describe the bird that you get to do this.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. So the reason why I needed Cheeps here, I don't say those words out because it's Animal Messenger specifically says, and I'll get to that description here in a moment.
Mhm.
Animal Messenger just explicitly says that it will take my voice and speak through my voice.
Correct.
I don't want it to sound like me, so I tell it to sound like whatever Cheeps says, and I tell Cheeps to sound as menacing as fucking possible.
Cheeps imitates an orc of sorts that he remembers. And it's just a very deep voice. Let me find the line.
The deepest, most grovelly voice that you possibly can.
The god of the Omega sees your cruelty and his patience to idly watch growth.
Heck.
Be warned.
Incredible.
Fuck. Yeah, so this bird, I think what is so special about this bird is that it's not like, I always assumed Cheeps is kind of like black feathered. And I think that this bird has like a little bit of color in it, but is ultimately just like a normal ass looking fucking.
I think that's good. Yeah. So
Normal ass bird.
the other thing that's fun about this is when Cheeps imitates voices, he can only do it in the context of what he's heard. So not only is this a deeply menacing voice, it is weirdly
like
disjointed. Yeah, it's weirdly disjointed. And it sounds like it's coming. It sounds like it is one voice, but it sounds like it's one voice by way of several other voices, and it is deeply unsettling.
My scary,
yeah.
scary little boy.
Out of myself.
Yeah. So you send off this danger burb.
Scary ass bird.
Honestly.
And yeah, you succeed to do that. It like takes that orders, and then it just kind of like perches near and watches the creep in the alley.
Wild.
Excellent. I appreciate you, and I appreciate Cheeps, and I appreciate this bird.
Wonderful.
Cheeps is gonna like take out the little doggy bag and hand him a sandwich.
Me or the bird?
Oh no, you Amity.
Is this where we're gonna have that rooftop scene where we're just eating
Yes.
sandwiches?
Yes,
That's
exactly.
incredible.
Contribute
That's the
construction
fucking
workers on
best.
the Empire State.
So you indoctrinate a bird into this weird, like.
Can we
It
add
was
the
like-
bird to our list of allies?
For a week, sure.
Sadly, the bird is not powerful enough to grant you a bonus to our political subgame. But
Normal ass bird.
I will take that under advisement.
Absolutely. I'll take that.
Alright. So wait, was there anything else you wanted me to do, Amity? Sorry. Zoned out.
No, I just needed to borrow your voice to hopefully protect this guy here from getting murdered. I hope.
Oh, yeah. God, I really hope he doesn't.
Well,
mean-
we'll find out if he does, and then we can do him justice and exact some measure of revenge. And at that point, who are we putting in danger except for ourselves? And we're already fucking balls deep in that. Sorry, excuse me.
I swear to God.
I've heard that one before.
Don't
You-
use it.
You don't need to. Although if you do say it to Staldar so that he can just go from white to red immediately.
Oh, okay.
That's a joke. Please don't do that. I will not.
say. Alright. And I think that's it.
All right. So it is evening. It's been a full day. And you all slowly, one at a time, gather back in the spider's den.
Hooray. Norgal has been here since he came back. He hasn't been doing much though.
I think Juniper has been trying out a new bunch of potions, and is just really trying to convince you to try one of them.
Yeah, Norgal. Norgal would amuse his daughter and
Bless.
try the potions.
Where's my table?
Pink Norgal, go!
Let's see.
Norgo, you are now pink and your face is upside down.
I'm gonna need you to roll a D100.
Okay.
And it needs to be between 1 and 52.
This is a wide range.
It needs to be?
If it isn't, then you can reroll.
Okay, well that isn't. That is a 66.
Ooh, the hell number.
Yeah.
Almost.
That was a
Almost.
74. Oh my god, that's even higher. Stop.
High roller
Oh my
today.
god, it keeps going up! Okay. It's literally just keep going up. Oh my god, get under a...
Might need to just.
Jesus Christ, my 10, it just keeps
I just want
rolling
to pull out a
90s.
random number generator and just.
There we go, 33.
33. So this is a really weird sensation. In that the potion tastes like potion. Like, it doesn't taste like anything. It just tastes like you're drinking a different potion. And that's really weird. Like, you psychologically get that sensation. That it feels like you are drinking... It feels like there is somehow a different other liquid that you are also drinking at the same time, even though you know for a fact that you are only drinking this potion.
I feel like I'm drinking 2 potions at once.
Yes, it's very strange. Also, there are no effects whatsoever. Like, there's no
Really
actual
bizarre.
thing going on. And she's just like, how's that?
Did you put 2 drinks in here?
No, it's just the one.
Well, I don't think it was a successful.
Huh. Well, back to the drawing board. She's like, grabs the flask and gets back to brewing.
Like, Juniper being, like, slightly mad scientist about this, just like. Let's
Here,
see what
try
I can
this.
make happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
On brand.
I like to think about this too. If she started doing this from a very young age, and you know how children are like, "This thing was on the floor and in mud. Eat it."
I made a witch's potion.
Suddenly, Staldar has, like, knee-length hair for a week.
You
Alright. You all got it.
grossed out by hair. I think
Yeah,
Stoddard
I-
actually thinks that, like, having hair is kind of gross.
Yeah.
Definitely. Dragonborn
I was on
physiology.
mute. Aw. I want to try one. That sounds like fun. We've done a lot of adventuring.
I still have a mystery potion from Juniper.
Go ahead and roll me a D100 between 1 and 52.
Interesting. I've never gotten that before. It's either 100 or a 0.
That's 100.
Alright.
Okay, 100. That's not that.
It's not. Yeah.
19.
19. It tastes like sulfur. Or maybe, or maybe eggs. It's really, like, towing the line in a really, like, unfortunate way. And as you kind of drink it, you see your nails get, like, really shiny. They've got, like, a nice sheen to them. They look very well taken care of.
I wear gloves.
Well, you don't see that. You'll see it later.
Okay.
Oh, I think I misspoke. I think it would only be 100 if you rolled both 0 and 0.
That's exactly what I did.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it would be 100 then.
Yeah.
You can't roll a
Awesome.
0.
Cool. So I rolled a 100 for the first time in my life. Amazing.
That is impressive, actually.
That would be really great if it was just a random magic, but whatever.
Yeah.
So
That's
yeah.
That's not even a 1 in 100 chance. I think that's 1,000 chance that would happen.
No, it's 1 in 99 actually.
Nice.
But you're rolling 2 dice.
Yeah, but the 2 dice together have 100 outputs. It's 10 times 10, which is 100, not 10 times 100, which would be 1,000.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess.
Statistics be weird that way.
Yeah.
This is something I do remember from
Fair.
statistics.
But yeah, I'll report the findings and just be like, egg?
Oh, weird. But
I don't know if you're going for a breakfast potion.
you know
Need some
what?
tweaking.
I'll do some more work.
Okay. Let me know when you fix it, okay? I want to try it. I want, like, the best frickin' egg ever.
All right, I'll do
This
my
was,
best.
like, a few days bad.
Oh, okay. All right. Let it ferment too long. All right. Well, I'll do some more work on it.
Awesome.
Takes the flask back, goes into some stuff. Dahlia, Steldar, and Yosashi are probably the last to get back because I think they were out the longest.
We had done a lot.
So, I think by the time, since you were here, I think everyone is solidly collected. Isa, Anomia, and Tosa and the gang are back. And Tosa's just kind of like, so, how did it go for everyone?
Good on our end.
What'd you find out?
Well,
We found out that, once again, let me look at my document, that within the Lyra, within the factories of the Lyra family, they are making something, well, all can be described as is big, spiky, giant engines. We learned this from a person who was working in the factory. It's only being assembled in one place. Thing is, all the shield Kerr are keeping a very tight grip on the workers out there.
Unfortunate.
Yes. So we'd have to deal with that. But we know where it is, and we know they're making something big. And that's a start.
Good to know. Steldar, Dahlia, Musashi, how did your outings prove?
Fruitful. Our meeting with Hecris went well. He kind of like debriefs that meeting, and then like going to the temple and relays their new allies with the temple, and so I just got distracted. And then their experience in the restricted zone and the Shatterkai and all of that.
Well, sounds like may have an ally, although they don't sound particularly invested.
We also possibly have a lead on one of the members, like one of our old allies.
Great.
Could prove
It's
useful.
worth investigating. We don't have the exact, but definitely something we can look into.
Good. And Cheap Sonomedy. Oh, we sorry, we went through you. Norgal, your findings with the Blood Club.
I found out that they are willing to help us if we can dismantle Shoker. Jesus Christ. The Shoker, and they would be able to then give us allyship with the fuck. That's the name of that one too. The den. Something den.
Heathens.
Heathen's Den.
Heathen's Den. Jesus Christ. The Heathen's Den, and then we can move from there.
Sounds good. All right. And
Just casual
it appears that some of our goals may align somewhat.
Yeah, what do we want to do about these shit curs or whatever?
Shoker.
Accurate.
Well, if we just need to get them out of the general residence district, we could always distract them by making problems elsewhere. Like, I don't know, challenge their territory.
I think the Blood Club
ambush their
wants them
goods.
gone for the most part.
Also, isn't their territory just the industrial? Unless I'm totally mistaken.
That's correct. GM note, that's correct. It is like they edge a little bit into general residence district territory, but that is the zone in which the Blood Club are contesting them at every step of the way. And they're trying to edge out from the Blood Club are trying to edge out from the general residence district into the industrial district, where the Shoker have a pretty tight rein on things.
I mean, we could just kill them.
That is an option, but
It's rather
it's a
inelegant
great one.
and not guaranteed to be successful.
Very much agreed.
I suppose they just seem like dicks. I just get rid of them.
You good there, buddy?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm good. Matt's tired, but I'm good.
Fair. Yeah, that's fair. I mean,
All right.
it's... What do we want to start with? Is the big question.
Some of these things seem like they may take less time than others. For example, trying to reconnect with our... you said you had a lead on some of our old allies. That probably won't take too long.
What were those allies again?
Old allies we encountered in the restricted zone a long time ago.
I see.
Reconnecting with some of them may spread an amount of goodwill if we can reconnect and have them be bolstered in our renewed presence, if possible. Show that we're still here.
Well, and two, we could split off again and take care of some of the smaller things in smaller groups and that type.
Yes. There is one matter that Isa, Prith, and I discussed that I think may be vital in our continued existence. While word of mouth is fine among those that we know, there's the matter of public image. And we do believe that we very much need a name or a banner or something to be able to rally behind. Symbolism is not just convenient, it is necessary. We've considered reforming our old title, but we're up for further consideration as well.
I'll have to definitely think about that.
Maybe we can think on these things in the morning, perhaps. Come up with some ideas and vote, some such.
What were you called?
The Red Hand, previously.
Hmm.
Our symbol was a red hand. It was very direct.
Quite literal.
It worked. It was very effective. Well, almost. The rallying bit was fine. The actions bit, we got somewhat
I
set
guess
back.
my question is, what does one say when they see a red hand? That to me seems something that's steeped in blood. Now I'm
I
all
think
for
of
that,
Stop.
but
I'll admit we were a more
Red means stop.
pressingly
A red
violent
Don't
organization
walk.
before. We were attempting to stir up the fire of the people more prominently previously.
I guess it just seems to me that the a red hand kind of insinuates something sinister.
All right, then then we don't. Then let's find something else to call ourselves.
I mean, I'm not the one. I'm not just saying like, "Yep, this is the Amity show starring Amity." I get
Like
to
we said,
decide all the things.
We can wait until morning. I
Picture
think
this,
it
guys.
may be a good idea for everyone to
Picture
get some rest.
this. Let me pitch you
Green
something.
Hand.
Oh my god.
I am not gonna fucking lie to you. My first thought was like, "Oh, haha, let's call it the blue hand."
The blue hand. Yay.
Norgal is fine with this.
Rainbow. Let's make it.
Oh my god.
The gay.
Yeah, I was about to say
Yeah.
the gay hand.
Gay hands.
That's just us. That's not our that's not our party. That's just this group of humans that are playing Dungeons and Dragons. Think about it. Rest. We'll get some time. I'm sure that you've all had a long day, and we can decide what we want to do in the morning, perhaps.
I mean, I'm good. I had a sandwich earlier today.
And I'm proud of you.
Good for you.
Cheap says sugar crashed, by the way. He's
Absolutely.
Getting ready to tuck that boy in.
He fell asleep in a booth, like just done.
comes
Had a
that
big
boy.
day. Time for bed.
Tucking to sweep.
Yup.
Yeah. Is there anything anyone would like to do before we conclude the evening?
Yes.
Mildly?
Oh,
Alright.
yeah. You...
Kinda?
Yeah.
Are we thinking of the exact same thing?
No, but
Oh.
now we are.
I know what you're thinking.
I was gonna say, I need to just pull him aside real quick.
Yeah, you want to talk to me, and I want to talk to Cheeps. So
Oh, fuck, okay, cool.
no, it's totally different.
Okay, that's fine. It's like, just kind of like going into details, like, this is what we did, this is what we did there, this is the dude we met. Oh yeah, by the way, he's totally a servant of the Raven.
Yeah, my eyes would like shoot up into the stratosphere.
Out of my skull.
And he gave me this, and like pull out like the little like
Feather
keychain.
trinket.
I don't know what else to call it other than keychain.
Trinket.
Trinket,
Feathers.
there we go. And just kind of like hold it in front of him.
Uh-huh. Cool. Yeah. Well, Dahlia, I gotta be really honest with you. I'm gonna have to do something really quick. I cast Detect Magic.
It's glowing, and it's an
No.
enchantment.
What?
And it requires attunement.
Oh, fuck me.
Do I recognize this in any sort of way?
It appears to be different.
Okay.
What school of magic?
Enchantment.
Well, there you have it, Dahlia. I think you are correct, and I hope whatever it is doesn't immediately send you to hell.
Okay, I have to admit, curiosity is here. I'm gonna try. If I don't come to this place in the morning, you'll know what happened, and it's 100% your fault for dragging me into this.
Hey, you don't have to do anything. I'm just
You
saying.
have to admit you're a little.
Oh, I'm absolutely curious. You
You
could
have
just
to
give
admit
it. You could give it to me, and I can attune to it. And
Well,
if
why
I
would I
get
do that when
sent to
I
hell-
got it?
It's mine.
I killed like
Dahlia's like,
100
no.
undead for this thing. Like
I mean-
100 undead.
That sounds impressive and whatever, but maybe that thing will send you to hell. I don't know.
I love you too. I love you too.
All right.
Fucking
Here's
idiots.
the deal. If I attune to this thing and I die, you just burn it and my corpse just immediately. Let it get out of there, so no one has to deal with it. Got it?
I don't want to do that, but yeah, sure. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna fucking pinky swear you, but like, sure.
Oh, well, where's the fun in that?
I'll just bring you back to life. Fuck the Raven Queen. I didn't really say that. I don't mean Raven Queen.
You definitely actually said that.
No, that's Amity then being like, no, I didn't say that. And being like, ha ha ha, it's a funny joke.
So,
God.
Yeah. So just, if you hear anything about the name Shadar Kai, you will know now. So,
That dude
like,
is still
that's-
over there.
well, yes, but I don't know if the Raven Queen is gonna talk to Chiefs about it and be like, oh yeah, her safe now. I don't know what she says. Frankly, I'm terrified shitless about her. So, just giving you an update, that's all.
Well, I guess my update to you is the more I think about the Raven Queen trying to use Cheeps, the angrier I get, and I'm done with gods trying to use me or people that I know, so...
I agree.
I know you're a woman of the cloth, so maybe it has a foul taste in your mouth when I say that, but I don't think Posen is a dick from what I can tell, so there's that also.
See, I think he would appreciate that a lot. That's like high five worthy from him.
That
Don't
feels like a
think-
staggeringly low bar, but
You think
we're
he
all
has
at different
standards?
places.
Oh my god.
Trust me.
It's a hot fucking mess. I can't handle.
I know that. I know this guy. He doesn't.
Interesting.
My
Once-
god.
If you ever meet him, tell him he owes you a high five. That's all I can say. And maybe a drink sometime. Alright. You have things to do. I have to go, think about this magical trinket thingy for a while. And, pray I don't die.
Well, if you get sent to hell, send me a postcard. I'd be really curious. Anyways, have a
Absolutely.
good night.
You too. And I will go
God.
I'm gonna go back to this thing.
We'll get to that.
Got it.
Excellent.
Amity, you said you had
Yeah.
something else you wanted to do.
What is Cheeps doing at this?
Sleep.
He's tired.
Okay,
Yeah, sugar.
I'm hoping that I like caught you before you like
Sure.
went into your room. So
Sure.
I think I'll maybe like I follow you in or whatever. And I just say like, "Hey, Cheeps,
Yeah?
I just wanted to let you know that you did a lot of really good work today, and I'm really
Thank you. You did really good too. It was fun doing stuff with you again.
Oh.
Wholesome.
Amity. I think Amity feels like the bear cub instinct, like when he was with the back, like at the very beginning of the campaign.
Yeah, the babies.
Like I think he's like reminiscing on that in this moment and is just like choked.
Aww. This is his babies. His baby bear. Empty nest.
Fuck, I'm tired. No. Cheeps just looks very
Aw.
I think Amity is like stifling tears and he's like,
Oh my gosh.
anyways, good night, Cheeps, and he like quickly leaves.
Oh.
You
It's late. Most people have retired. Prith is up, getting a drink at the bar. And by getting a drink at the bar, we mean he is helping himself to whatever he wants behind the bar.
Jeez.
Oh, Chris.
Jesus.
Which is just like... He just kind of like went down the line and just like picked the one that to the blind eye looks the most fancy and poured like a champagne flute of it.
Jeez. I think Stellar sees that and kind of like coughs and says, I hope you intend on compensating for that.
Oh, of course. Sure. Whatever. Takes a long draught, pours another.
Feeling the need to imbibe.
Yes. Yes, I am.
What's weighing on you?
It's just, this whole affair is just so dreary. I mean,
Welcome to the real world.
I know. Thanks, Sergeant Buzzkill. Like, it's not. You know. And he kind of like looks at you. If I'm to be factual about the last years of my life recently, I have lived at the top. I've gotten roughly everything I wanted. I've slept with hundreds of people. I've had drinks you can't even imagine. I've had
Is this bragging or is this leading to something, right?
I don't interrupt you.
That's a lie.
He doesn't acknowledge that criticism. But the more I think about it, the less happy I was. It was great. I got every whim that I desired catered to, except for fulfillment. I hated what I did. I hated parading nobles and visitors and the like around our only the most polished parts of our city in order to get their gold. It was the worst. I hated them. They had the worst. They had the poorest taste, the worst manners, the worst teeth. I tell you what. And just couldn't take it anymore. And I pray to God that this is better. I don't know if it's going to be, now that I'm in a straw mattress bedroom with none of my previous companions and only the barest of resources to lean on. Woe is me, for the world is collapsing around me. He downs the rest of his champagne flute.
This guy's so fucking extra.
That's Prith for you.
How about you? You and Yosashi getting off well?
I wish you wouldn't word it that way. That's sure is phrasing? Is that phrasing?
Phrasing, yes. No, I'm very particular about the way I say things.
No, I'm sure you picked your words very intentionally.
Mm-hmm.
While your world is falling apart around you, mine's just opening up.
Is that the only thing that's opening up?
I wish you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't. Just pinches the bridge of his nose. It's like
You missed me, you know it.
Stop. Stop that. I thought we were having a moment, and, you go and you say those things.
This is a moment in time. Sorry, continue. Opening up. Things opening up for you and your world and your Sashi.
Takes a long drag.
He pours himself another flute and then pours a different one and hands it to you.
It's pushes it away. I Listen, like, if things seem bad now, I mean, there's only up from here, right? If we're at our lowest, then there's only one way to go.
It seems reasonable.
If we stick with this, our lives will be better. Our lives, everyone's lives. We'll have a chance at something more, something different from our closely inspected, regimented lives from before.
Here, here.
I'm not drinking that.
That's fine. He downs one and begins sipping the other.
Oh, God. Just to, make things clear, my intentions clear. I very much intend to spend the rest of my life with your Sashi.
That's sweet. You two are always meant for each other. And I profoundly meddled with that in a way that I won't say I don't regret. I've made a lot of mistakes over the years, and that's definitely one of them. But it was always obvious.
Apparently not to me.
Well, there's only up from here, right?
Only up here from here.
Time is short. Take your Sashi as you will. And I mean that in the purest of ways. He loves you, and you love him. Allow him to love you.
Of all the people I'd expect to hear something like that from, it certainly wasn't you.
Hey, I am experienced in the matters of love.
Sorry, I missed a little bit of that.
I am experienced in the powers of love.
Self-love, certainly.
Hey, still love.
Uh,
How could you love anyone else if you can't love yourself? Am I right? He finishes his drink and pours another.
Yeah. Will you be able to function in the morning? We do
Absolutely.
have more to do. Oh, my.
I'll be fine, probably.
Ugh. I'm going to retire. It's been a hell of a day.
If only, am I right?
Mm.
Good night, Staldar.
Good night, Prith.
He gives a faux salute and takes the remaining glass up to his room.
Remember to put some gold down for that.
I will, sure. He fiddles in a pouch or something, and then realizes that he's wearing lace. And he's just like, I'll get it in the morning. Don't worry.
Just rolls his eyes and goes upstairs.
Comedy walking down the stairs. He's never gonna pay that back.
I'll foot it in the morning. Stella goes up to his and your Sashi's shared room.
Yosashi's there. He's just tending to his plants.
I just had a very interesting conversation with Prith, he says, and he shuts the door behind him. Starts getting ready for bed.
Every conversation with Prith is interesting.
Oh, that's the truth.
Whether in a way you hope it to be or not.
What do you think of the future? Versace?
So that's a rather large question to ask at 11 in the evening.
Forgive me for dropping such heavy questions on you at this
sorry,
late, but
I didn't realize we were in the philosopher's haven.
I
I joke. I look forward to it. I look forward to what is to come. I think there is many things, and the future is always just what you make of it. The future can never be anything without you making it that way. We can't simply wait for the future to come. We need to bring it to us. He kind of hesitates and just goes, we need to be active, or the future won't be the future. The future will simply be the present. That's why we're doing all of this, isn't it? To bring forth a new future for all of Kyla.
I think Star looks confused for like half a second, and then he just kind of like starts nodding along. Yeah, okay, I'm with it again. I'm following again.
Been reading too many books lately, I suppose. Can I introduce you to a man named Marx?
Oh my. And what of our future?
He kind of pauses and finishes watering the plant that he is and sets down the bucket, and he like walks over and he takes one of your hands and it's just like, for us, to be honest, I don't much care as long as I get to do it beside you. I want the future to come, and I hope that in the future, when our life scrolls before our eyes, after we leave this world, that I will have spent most of it by your side.
Stalder kind of smiles at that. When all is said and done, when we do what we can for this city, I've been thinking about maybe, if only temporarily, going somewhere new, somewhere different. I would only go if you would go with me.
Stalder, I would be honored to go with you.
Maybe somewhere green, lush. No more brick and mortar and concrete.
It sounds wonderful. He gives you a hug. He just wraps his warm arms around you and nuzzles into the side of your neck.
I think Stalder actually gets a little... It's like, it's one of those moments where it's too nice, and he starts thinking too much, and he like kind of gets in his own head, and he gets flustered. But he reciprocates. But it's not quite as relaxed as, like, there's a shift, like an anticipation.
Irsashi's known you long enough to notice. He just holds you gently, trying to be there with you in this moment. And he kind of gently rocks back and forth with you in his arms.
We've been talking about the future. He starts a little bit shaky. Sometimes I'm still not so sure about even our present. He, like, kind of pulls away for a second. And he's like, if he kind of like looks down, can't quite meet his eye. If there's anything you want from this, us, I'm not very good at these things. I don't know how to.
Yusashi smiles and he's just like, it's okay. There are many things I would like to do with you, Staldar, in the future.
Ooh.
Eat cake, go on adventures, take trips down to the river, make love. But I only want to do them if you are willing, and if you aren't, then that's okay. And he kind of moves in a little bit closer and takes one of your hands and says, "Would you like to try?"
Oh shit.
I think Stalder is just like, just beet red. Just, oh. I don't even think he could speak if he wanted to. He just he just kind of nods dumbly like an idiot because that's like sure, yeah.
Okay, then let's try. And I think we can let that
fade to black.
Yeah. And I think we'll end our session there.
Stalder loses his virginity on stream.
On the first stream.
I'm proud of you.
Oh my god.
That's
I'm like sweating.
That's a hell of a slow burn. To be
Honestly.
revealed on the first stream at the end of the first stream. Anyway, thank you everyone for watching. This has been
years
wonderful.
In the making was that?
2 years.
Well,
Roughly.
yeah, game wise 2 years, game time wise like 50.
Yeah, probably yeah,
years.
like 40 years. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
It had been a hot minute.
It's more like 30
Because you
something.
met him when you were 14?
20 or no, he was only they
Because
were 20.
you were in a oh yeah, because there's the 2nd regiment.
Yeah, second.
And so that's like 30 years.
It's been like
Anyway, yeah, thank
30
you.
years of anticipation later.
Thank you everyone for watching. I hope this is as entertaining for everyone else as it is for us. And it's really a great benefit for us to be able to go back and watch these occasionally. I just wanted to thank Lucio Morning for following during the stream.
Yeah.
Everything helps, and I'm glad that you decided to watch.
Yeah, thank you so much.
To everyone watching, thank you so much, and good night.
Bye.
Night.